Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're stepping into a city that's been holding its breath for nearly 2,000 years. Pompeii. You've seen the pictures, maybe read the textbook paragraph, probably watched that one movie where everyone runs in slow motion while dramatic music plays. But here's the thing. What actually happened in those final hours makes Hollywood look like amateur hour. We're talking about a city that went from bustling Roman metropolis to time capsule in less than a day, preserved so perfectly that archaeologists can tell you what people ate for breakfast before the mountain decided to ruin everyone's afternoon. And right now, in this very moment, that same city is in a race against time all over again. Not from another eruption, though don't worry, we'll get to that terrifying possibility, but from tourists, weather, and plain old neglect threatening to erase what the volcano ironically saved. Scientists are literally scanning every brick, every fresco, every fossilized loaf of bread before it crumbles into dust. It's like watching someone frantically photograph a sandcastle as the tide rolls in, except this sandcastle contains the secrets of an entire civilization. So before we dive into this volcanic nightmare turned archaeological goldmine, do me a favor, smash that like button if you're into this kind of stuff, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from tonight. 3 a.m. in Tokyo? Midnight in São Paulo? I want to know. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's walk the streets of a city that died in a single afternoon and somehow managed to become immortal. Ready? Let's go. So picture this. It's August 24th in the year 79 of the Common Era, and Pompeii is doing what Pompeii does best, being absolutely, blissfully, almost comically unaware that it's living on borrowed time. The sun is climbing over the Bay of Naples, casting that particular golden Mediterranean light across terracotta rooftops and narrow cobblestone streets. Somewhere around 11,000 people are waking up in this prosperous Roman trading town, stretching their limbs, rubbing sleep from their eyes, and mentally preparing for another perfectly ordinary day. Bakers are stoking their ovens. Merchants are arranging their wares. Slaves are already several hours into their endless labour. And Mount Vesuvius, that picturesque mountain looming over the city like a watchful guardian, is sitting there looking absolutely innocent, covered in vineyards and olive groves, giving absolutely zero indication that it's about to commit one of history's most spectacular acts of violence. Not exactly what you'd call fair warning. The thing about Pompeii that morning is that it was genuinely thriving. This wasn't some backwater village clinging to existence at the edge of the Roman world. No, this was a proper cosmopolitan hub, a city that had fully embraced what we might call the Roman dream: wealth, trade, entertainment, and a quality of life that would make most ancient civilizations deeply envious. The streets were laid out in that wonderfully practical Roman grid pattern, paved with those distinctive polygonal stones that fit together like ancient puzzle pieces, complete with raised sidewalks to keep pedestrians out of the muck. And trust me, there was plenty of muck. Romans may have been engineering geniuses, but they hadn't quite figured out modern sewage systems, so the streets doubled as open drains. Stepping stones placed at regular intervals allowed citizens to cross from one side to the other without wading through whatever unspeakable mixture of waste, rainwater, and discarded refuse had accumulated. Elegant? Not particularly. Functional? Absolutely. Let's follow a typical Pompeian through their morning routine, shall we? Our hypothetical citizen, let's call him Marcus because honestly, half of Roman men were named Marcus anyway, wakes up in his modest apartment on the second floor of a building near the Forum. Now when I say modest, I mean modest by Roman standards, which means small, dark, and featuring precisely 0 modern amenities. No running water up here, no toilet, and certainly no kitchen worth mentioning. Fire regulations, you see. The Romans were terrified of urban fires, and rightfully so, which meant that upper floor dwellings were prohibited from having open flames. So our friend Marcus, if he wants breakfast, has 2 options: eat whatever cold food he has stored away, or head down to one of the city's many thermopolia, essentially ancient fast food joints that served hot meals to the masses. Given that his apartment is about as comfortable as a closet with delusions of grandeur, option 2 seems far more appealing. Marcus makes his way down the narrow wooden staircase, careful not to trip in the dim light filtering through tiny windows. He emerges onto a street that's already buzzing with activity despite the early hour. The city is waking up, and it's waking up loudly. Romans were many things, but quiet was not one of them. The clatter of wooden cartwheels on stone, the shouts of vendors advertising their goods, the bleating of livestock being herded to market, and the general cacophony of urban life creates a symphony of noise that would make any modern city dweller feel right at home. Sleep in? Good luck. Privacy? What's that? The ancient world had a fundamentally different relationship with personal space, and Pompeii was no exception. Our Marcus joins the flow of pedestrians heading toward the Forum, that magnificent central square that serves as the beating heart of the city. The Forum in Pompeii is genuinely impressive, a rectangular open space surrounded by grand public buildings, temples, and colonnaded walkways. At one end stands the Temple of Jupiter, dominating the skyline with its tall columns and imposing facade. Opposite sits the Macellum, the city's main marketplace, where vendors sell everything from fish to exotic spices. Along the sides you'll find the Basilica, not a church, mind you, but a courthouse and business centre, various municipal buildings and shops selling everything a Roman citizen could possibly need. And at every turn, statues. So many statues. Romans loved nothing more than commemorating their prominent citizens with bronze and marble likenesses, and Pompeii was no exception. Walking through the Forum meant passing dozens of these frozen figures, staring down at you with that particular Roman gravitas that seems to say, "Yes, I know I'm better than you, and so do you." But Marcus isn't heading to the Forum for civic appreciation. No, he's hungry, and his destination is a thermopolium just off the main square. These establishments were absolutely everywhere in Pompeii. Archaeologists have counted over 150 of them scattered throughout the city, which gives you some idea of how many people relied on takeaway food. The typical thermopolium featured an L-shaped counter facing the street, with large terracotta pots called dolia embedded in the countertop. These dolia held various hot foods, stews, soups, cooked grains, and the occasional mystery meat that probably was best not to ask about. Think of it as ancient Rome's answer to the food truck, except stationary and probably slightly more sanitary. Slightly. Marcus orders himself a bowl of wheat porridge mixed with honey and nuts, a pretty standard breakfast option, and washes it down with some watered wine. Yes, wine for breakfast. Romans drank wine the way modern people drink coffee, constantly and without much thought. The key difference being that Roman wine was almost always diluted with water, sometimes warm water in the winter, because drinking it straight was considered rather barbaric. The wine also tended to be considerably stronger than what we're used to today, so dilution was less about propriety and more about not being completely inebriated by noon. Though given some of the graffiti we found in Pompeii, plenty of people managed to get there anyway. Speaking of graffiti, let's take a moment to appreciate one of Pompeii's most delightful features, the absolute explosion of writing on every available surface. Romans, it turns out, were compulsive scribblers. They wrote on walls the way teenagers post on social media, constantly, impulsively, and often without much filter. Walking through Pompeii that morning, Marcus would have passed hundreds of inscriptions scratched or painted onto walls. Political advertisements for upcoming elections. Vote for Gaius Cuspius Pansa for Edil. He'll bring you good bread. Personal declarations of love. Successus the weaver loves Iris, the slave girl of an innkeeper. Less romantic observations. Secundus defecated here. Philosophical musings. Nothing can last forever. Even the sun must set. And naturally plenty of crude drawings and vulgar jokes that confirm humans haven't really changed all that much in 2 millennia. One particularly charming piece of graffiti found in Pompeii reads, "I'm amazed, O wall, that you have not fallen in ruins from supporting the stupidities of so many scribblers." Even the walls were tired of everyone's nonsense. As Marcus finishes his breakfast and heads toward his workplace, let's say he's a clerk in one of the many commercial establishments around the Forum, the city continues its morning routine with practiced efficiency. In the wealthy residential districts, things look considerably different. Here, the houses are sprawling affairs called domus, single-family homes that centre around an open courtyard called the atrium. These homes belong to Pompeii's elite, successful merchants, politicians, and members of old aristocratic families who've managed to maintain their wealth through shrewd business dealings. The domus of a wealthy Pompeian is genuinely magnificent, featuring colourful frescoes on every wall, intricate mosaic floors depicting everything from mythological scenes to ferocious guard dogs, complete with the warning Cave Canem, beware of the dog, and gardens filled with sculptures, fountains, and carefully cultivated plants. Let's peek into the household of Lucius, a prosperous wine merchant who lives in one of these grand homes near the city's northern gate. Lucius is doing quite well for himself, thank you very much. His house features not one but 2 atriums, a large peristyle garden at the rear, private baths, and enough slaves to run a small hotel. And that's exactly what a wealthy Roman household was, a complex operation requiring constant management and a significant workforce. Lucius himself is already awake and has completed his morning ablutions with the help of his personal body slave. Morning routine for a wealthy Roman gentleman involved considerably more fussing than you might expect. There's the shaving to consider. Romans of this era preferred the clean-shaven look, which meant regular visits to the tonsure, or barber, or having a skilled slave handle the task at home. Given that razors of the time were basically sharp iron blades with no guard or safety features whatsoever, this was a process requiring both skill and trust. Cuts were common, and the concept of aftershave hadn't been invented yet, so styptic powder made from spiderwebs soaked in oil and vinegar was the standard treatment for nicks. Refreshing! After grooming comes dressing, and here too the wealthy Roman male has options. The basic tunic is universal, a simple T-shaped garment that serves as underwear for the upper classes and outerwear for everyone else. But over this, Lucius will drape his toga, that iconic garment that practically screams Roman citizen. The toga is a semicircular piece of woolen cloth roughly 6 meters long, and putting it on properly is an art form requiring practice, and, ideally, assistance. It wraps around the body in a specific pattern, creating those distinctive folds and drapes you see in statues. The finished effect is undeniably impressive, dignified, authoritative, and very, very impractical. You try walking quickly or using your arms freely while wrapped in 6 meters of wool. The toga was formal wear for formal occasions, and most Romans avoided wearing it whenever possible because it was hot, restrictive, and generally uncomfortable. But civic duty called, and if you were conducting business in the forum or attending to political matters, the toga was expected. Lucius, now properly dressed and looking every bit the successful merchant, makes his way to the atrium for the morning salutatio. This was one of those quintessentially Roman social rituals that cemented the bonds between patron and client. In other words, between the wealthy and powerful and those who depended on their favour. Each morning, Lucius's clients would gather at his home to pay their respects, ask for favours, receive advice, and generally reinforce the social hierarchy that made Roman society function. In return for this show of loyalty, Lucius might offer legal advice, financial assistance, or simply his influence in helping a client secure a government contract or favourable business deal. Everyone benefited, though some considerably more than others. The clients begin arriving just after dawn, filing into the atrium where they're greeted by the nomenclator, a slave whose sole job is to remember names and faces. Because what could be more embarrassing than a patron not recognising his own client? The nomenclator whispers each person's name and relevant details to Lucius as they approach, allowing him to greet everyone with apparent warmth and familiarity. Ah, Gaius, how is your son's leg healing? Marcus, did you manage to secure that shipment of garum from Hispania? It's all very cordial, very Roman, and entirely performative. But such performances were the glue holding Roman society together, so everyone played their part. Meanwhile, in the back of the house, the slaves are engaged in the endless tasks that keep a wealthy household running. And when I say endless, I mean truly never-ending. Roman households required an almost absurd amount of labour to maintain, and slaves provided that labour without choice or compensation. In Lucius's home there are perhaps 30 to 40 slaves, each with specific duties. Kitchen slaves prepare meals under the supervision of the head cook. Cleaning slaves sweep floors, dust frescoes, and polish the countless bronze and silver objects scattered throughout the house. Garden slaves tend the plants, maintaining that perfect Mediterranean aesthetic of controlled nature. Laundry slaves wash and maintain clothing, a particularly unpleasant task in the ancient world, given that the primary cleaning agent was urine, both human and animal, valued for its ammonia content. Yes, really. Your toga was cleaned in pee. Not exactly a selling point for time travel tourism. Among these slaves, let's focus on one, a young woman named Severa, originally from Gaul and brought to Pompeii as a child. Severa works in the kitchen, a position that's marginally better than some alternatives but still backbreaking and monotonous. Her day started hours before dawn, preparing fires, grinding grain, and beginning the complex process of creating the day's meals. Roman cooking was surprisingly sophisticated, involving multiple courses, elaborate sauces, and techniques that wouldn't look out of place in a modern restaurant kitchen. But the labour involved was immense, and it fell entirely on the shoulders of slaves like Severa. Today's main meal, the cena served in the late afternoon, will be a formal dinner party for 12 guests, which means Severa and the kitchen staff have their work cut out for them. The menu includes gustatio, appetizers, of eggs, olives, and vegetables, a prima mensa, main course, featuring roasted pork with garum sauce, various seafood dishes, and vegetables prepared multiple ways. And finally, the secunda mensa, dessert, of fruits, nuts, and honey cakes. Each dish requires careful preparation, and the head cook is barking orders with increasing urgency as the morning progresses. Severa chops vegetables, stirs pots, and tries to stay out of the cook's way, knowing that any mistake could result in harsh punishment. Speaking of garum, let's talk about this for a moment because it really does deserve attention. Garum was the Romans' absolute favourite condiment, a fermented fish sauce that they put on literally everything. The production process involved layering fish guts and blood with salt in large vats and leaving them to ferment in the sun for months. The resulting liquid was strained off and bottled, ranging in quality from premium stuff that cost more than perfume to cheap versions that even the poorest could afford. The smell of a garum factory was, by all accounts, absolutely horrific, which is why they were usually located outside city walls. But the taste? Romans couldn't get enough of it. Think of it as ancient ketchup except made from rotting fish intestines. Appetizing? Perhaps not by our standards. But when in Rome, or Pompeii, as the case may be, back in the Forum the morning is progressing toward midday, and the pace of commercial activity is reaching its peak. The Macellum is absolutely packed with shoppers and vendors engaged in the eternal dance of commerce. Fishmongers shout about their fresh catch from the Bay of Naples, mackerel, sea bream and octopus arranged on marble slabs. Butchers display their meat, working quickly because refrigeration is a concept roughly 2 millennia away, and this August heat is showing no mercy. Vegetable sellers offer pyramids of colourful produce, figs, pomegranates, onions, and those plump Campanian tomatoes that... Wait, no tomatoes. Those don't arrive in Europe until the 16th century. See how easy it is to forget? The Romans were making do with what they had, which was honestly quite a lot, just not everything we associate with Italian cuisine today. Marcus, our clerk, is working in a shop that sells textiles, wool fabrics, dyed cloth, and finished garments for those who can afford them. The shop owner, a freedman named Crescens who earned his freedom through years of loyal service and smart business sense, keeps Marcus busy with inventory records and customer accounts. Writing in Roman times meant using a stylus on wax tablets for temporary notes, or reed pens and ink on papyrus for permanent records. Marcus is skilled at both, having received enough education in his youth to handle basic mathematics and correspondence. This makes him valuable, not quite middle class, but certainly above the average labourer. The shop sees a steady stream of customers throughout the morning. A woman of moderate means comes in seeking fabric for a new stola, the traditional dress worn by respectable Roman matrons. She haggles fiercely over the price because that's simply what one does. Crescens counters with equal enthusiasm, and eventually they settle on a figure that neither seems entirely happy with, which probably means it was fair. A young man enters looking for a cloak suitable for travelling. He's heading north and wants something warm and practical. An older gentleman seeks replacement cushions for his dining couches, and a slave arrives with a list from her mistress detailing specific coloured threads needed for embroidery. Each transaction takes time. Currency needs to be counted, authenticity verified, and change calculated. Roman coins came in various denominations, the gold aureus at the top, then silver denarii, then bronze sestertii and asses at the bottom. Conversion between these denominations required mental arithmetic, and Marcus handles this with practiced ease. The shop's transactions today total several hundred sestertii, a decent morning's work by any standard. As the sun climbs higher and the heat of the day sets in, the city begins to slow down. Romans were not fools when it came to managing the Mediterranean climate. They understood that the hours around midday were best spent in shade, preferably doing as little as possible. This is siesta time, and while the concept wouldn't get its Spanish name for many centuries, the practice was ancient and wise. Shops might close or at least reduce hours. Workers seek shade. The wealthy retreat to the coolest parts of their homes. Even the animals in the streets seem to move with less urgency, seeking whatever shadow they can find. This is when many Pompeians head to the baths. Oh, the baths. If there's one aspect of Roman life that consistently impresses, it's their absolute dedication to public bathing. Pompeii had multiple bathhouse complexes, the Stabian baths, the Forum baths, the Central baths, each offering a sequence of heated rooms designed to cleanse body and soul. The system was ingenious. You'd start in the Apoditerium, changing room, strip down completely because Romans bathed nude and weren't particularly modest about it, then proceed through the Tepidarium, warm room, to the Caldarium, hot room, and finally the Frigidarium, cold plunge pool. Along the way, slaves would scrape your skin with curved metal tools called strigils, removing oil and dirt in lieu of soap, which wasn't commonly used yet. The baths were social spaces as much as hygienic ones. This is where business deals were struck, gossip exchanged, political alliances formed, and romances kindled. Men and women typically bathed at separate times, women in the morning hours, men in the afternoon, though this wasn't universal, and some establishments were considerably more relaxed about such divisions. The atmosphere was part spa, part gym, part social club. You could exercise in the palaestra, courtyard, get a massage, have your body hair removed, yes, Romans were into that, grab a snack from vendors who circulated through the complex, or simply lounge about with friends discussing the day's events. Our wine merchant Lucius arrives at the Forum Baths in the early afternoon, having completed his morning business obligations. He's accompanied by 2 slaves carrying his bathing supplies, fine oils, towels, and a change of clothing. The entrance fee is minimal, making the baths accessible to almost everyone, though wealthy patrons like Lucius might pay extra for private services. Inside, the building is impressive. Vaulted ceilings with stucco decorations, marble benches, and that distinctive Roman acoustics where every sound echoes and amplifies. The air is warm and humid, scented with olive oil and whatever perfumes people have brought. Lucius spots several acquaintances and joins their conversation, which naturally turns to business. Someone mentions the upcoming grain shipment from Egypt. Another discusses problems with his country villa's wine production. A third complains about the earthquake damage that still hasn't been properly repaired. Ah yes, the earthquake. 17 years earlier, in 62 AD, a significant earthquake had struck Pompeii, causing substantial damage throughout the city. Many buildings still show signs of repair work, and some have never been fully restored. The citizens had taken it in stride, rebuilding and renovating where necessary, attributing the quake to Poseidon or other divine displeasure rather than any connection to the mountain that loomed over them. Earthquakes were simply part of life in this region. Nothing to worry about, really. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the city, another segment of Pompeian society is preparing for their evening occupation. Near the amphitheatre, in a compound that serves as both training facility and barracks, gladiators are going through their afternoon drills. These men, and occasionally women, are Pompeii's sports celebrities, athletes who fight for public entertainment and earn fame far exceeding their social status, which is technically quite low. Gladiators were usually slaves, prisoners of war, or condemned criminals, though some free men voluntarily entered the profession seeking glory and prize money. The gladiator compound in Pompeii is a fascinating place. It features a central courtyard for training, surrounded by small cells where the fighters live. The accommodations are basic but not terrible. Gladiators were valuable property and received decent food, medical care, and training. Their diet was actually quite specific, heavy on barley and beans to build a layer of protective fat over muscle, because a cut that looked impressive but wasn't fatal made for better entertainment. The life expectancy wasn't great, obviously, but successful gladiators could earn freedom, wealth, and the kind of adulation that modern sports stars would recognize. On this particular afternoon, a fighter named Celadus is practicing with a wooden sword against a training post. His official title is Thraex, meaning he fights in the Thracian style with a curved sword and small shield. Graffiti around the city already celebrates him as Celadus the Thracian, heartthrob of the girls, and Celadus the girls' hero. Yes, gladiators had groupies. Human nature, it seems, remains remarkably consistent. Celadus is good at what he does and he knows it. His fights rarely end in death. Most gladiatorial combat was more like professional wrestling than actual warfare, with matches carefully controlled to maximize entertainment while minimizing expensive losses. But the danger was real enough, and Celadus has the scars to prove it. The trainer, a retired gladiator himself, barks corrections at the men going through their paces. Footwork is crucial. Timing essential. Entertainment value paramount. These men aren't just fighters, they're performers, and the crowd expects a good show. A well-fought match that demonstrates skill and courage was far more valued than a quick, brutal killing. The economics made sense too. Training a gladiator was expensive, and losing one to death meant losing that investment. So while the fights were genuinely dangerous, they were also carefully managed spectacles designed to thrill without unnecessarily depleting the roster. Tomorrow there's scheduled to be games at the amphitheatre. Pompeii's amphitheatre is particularly noteworthy. It's the oldest surviving Roman amphitheatre, built around 70 BC, predating even the Colosseum in Rome. It can seat around 20,000 spectators, which is impressive given the city's population. Tomorrow's games will feature animal hunts in the morning, public executions at midday, because Romans viewed justice and entertainment as complementary, and gladiatorial combat in the afternoon. Celadus is slated to fight in one of the premier matches, and anticipation is building throughout the city. But let's step back from the drama of gladiatorial life and visit another corner of Pompeian society, the brothels, because yes, Pompeii had quite a few of those. The most famous is the Lupanar, a 2-story building near the city centre specifically designed for commercial sex work. It's not a large establishment, just 10 small rooms, each barely big enough for a stone bed with mattress. Above each doorway, explicit paintings advertise the services available within. The workers were primarily slaves, and conditions were about as grim as you'd expect. This wasn't a glamorous profession by any measure, despite what certain historical romanticizations might suggest. Prostitution in Roman society occupied a complicated space. It was legal, taxed, and socially necessary in the eyes of many Romans, providing an outlet that supposedly protected respectable women from unwanted advances. But the women and men who worked in these establishments were among the lower social classes, denied most basic rights and subject to exploitation. The paintings on the walls might show idealized scenes, but the reality was considerably harsher. Rooms were small, ventilation poor, and the turnover constant. Workers had little control over their circumstances and even less hope of changing them. We could spend considerable time on the various social stratifications in Pompeii: the wealthy elite, the working classes, the enslaved, the freed, the foreign merchants, the artisans, and countless others who made up this complex urban tapestry. But the sun is beginning its descent toward the western horizon, and that means one thing: dinner time. And for Romans, dinner, the cena, was the main event of the day. Back at Lucius's Grand Domus, preparations for the evening's dinner party are reaching fever pitch. Severa and the other kitchen slaves have been working for hours, and the dining room, the triclinium, is being prepared with military precision. 3 large couches arranged in a U-shape face a central table. Romans didn't sit at tables like we do. They reclined on their left elbows, using their right hands to eat. This position was considered properly civilized and distinguished Romans from barbarians who presumably ate like common animals, sitting upright. The couches are spread with fine fabrics, and the best family silver has been polished until it gleams. Guests begin arriving as the shadows lengthen. Each is greeted at the door by a slave who offers to wash their feet, standard hospitality in a dusty world, and leads them to the triclinium. The guest list has been carefully considered. There's Aulus, a fellow merchant who deals in grain. There's Quintus, a local magistrate with useful political connections. There's Gaius, who owns several properties around the city. Their wives accompany them, though women will recline at the ends of the couches rather than taking central positions. This is still very much a patriarchal society, and dinner party seating reflects social hierarchies with precision. The meal unfolds over several hours, progressing through multiple courses. The gustatio arrives first: eggs prepared various ways, oysters from the bay, olives seasoned with herbs, and bread fresh from the ovens. Slaves circulate with wine, already mixed with water in the appropriate ratios. Conversation flows easily, touching on business matters, local politics, and the latest gossip. Did you hear about Marcus Tullius's divorce? Scandalous! What about the upcoming elections? Who do you think will win the aedileship? The earthquake damage to the Temple of Venus. When will they finally finish repairs? Between courses, entertainment appears. A young slave with a decent voice sings traditional songs while another accompanies on the lyre. It's pleasant enough, providing backdrop to the conversation without dominating it. Later, there might be poetry recitation or even a comedic performance by hired actors. Romans loved their dinner entertainment, and the wealthy spent considerable sums ensuring their guests were suitably impressed. The prima mensa arrives, the main course, and it's substantial. Roasted pork dominates, prepared with that essential garum sauce and served with vegetables. There's fish from the bay, prepared with herbs and wine. Sausages stuffed with who knows what appear in decorative arrangements. The food is rich, heavy and plentiful. Portions are generous because abundance demonstrates wealth and hospitality. Slaves stand ready to refill plates and cups, anticipating needs before they are expressed. Conversation shifts to more philosophical matters as the wine flows. Someone quotes Epicurus, the pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. Another counters with Stoic principles, virtue is the highest good. These are educated men who pride themselves on their cultured discourse, even if their philosophy is more decorative than truly practiced. Lucius shares a particularly witty observation, and the table erupts in appreciative laughter. This is civilized Roman life at its finest. Good food, good wine, good company, and the comfortable assurance that tomorrow will bring more of the same. Outside the wealthy district, other Pompeians are having their evening meals with considerably less ceremony. Marcus, our clerk, has returned to his small apartment after a long day's work. His dinner is simple: bread purchased from a baker, cheese, some dried figs, and wine. He eats alone, watching from his tiny window as the street below gradually empties. The shops are closing, shutters being drawn, and the city transitioning from day to night. Oil lamps begin appearing in windows, their warm glow creating pockets of light in the gathering darkness. In the thermopolia around the city, working-class citizens gather for their evening meals and drinks. These aren't elegant affairs, but they're social nonetheless. Men crowd around counters, eating hot stew and arguing about everything from chariot racing results to political opinions. Someone tells a joke about a lawyer and an actor walking into a bathhouse. Laughter echoes into the street. These are the ordinary moments of ordinary lives, unremarkable to those living them, but precious to us looking back across the centuries. As night falls fully over Pompeii, the city doesn't exactly go quiet. Romans were urban people, and urban people make noise. From various corners come sounds of life continuing: a baby crying, couples arguing, dogs barking at shadows, drunken singing from someone who's had more wine than wisdom. The night watch patrols the streets, though honestly Pompeii doesn't have major crime issues. It's a prosperous, relatively peaceful city where most people know each other, and social bonds keep behaviour in check. Somewhere in the city, a woman is giving birth, attended by a midwife and praying to Juno Lucina for safe delivery. In another house, a man writes a letter to his brother in Rome, updating him on family matters and local news. Two teenagers, despite their parents' disapproval, are meeting secretly in a garden, trading whispered promises and stolen kisses. An old man sits with his wine, reminiscing about his military service decades ago, boring his grandson with stories he's heard 100 times. A cat prowls through an alley, hunting rats that are eternally plentiful. Life in all its messy, beautiful, mundane glory is happening everywhere. And through it all, Vesuvius sits there, silent, patient. If you were standing on the city walls that evening and looked toward the mountain, you'd see nothing out of the ordinary. Just that familiar silhouette against the darkening sky, vineyards climbing its slopes, the same view Pompeians had seen every single day of their lives. Maybe there had been some minor tremors recently, but there were always minor tremors. This was a volcanic region after all. The earth shook sometimes. It was just part of life, like taxes and difficult neighbours. The really fascinating thing about that evening is how utterly normal it was. No divine warnings, no ominous omens that made sense in hindsight, no prophets shouting in the streets. Just people living their lives with the same concerns and joys that people have always had. Money worries, relationship drama, career ambitions, health concerns, the eternal question of what to have for dinner. They went to bed that night, or at least most of them did, since some preferred late-night revelling, with plans for tomorrow. Celadus was mentally preparing for his gladiatorial match. Lucius was thinking about that grain shipment negotiation. Marcus was hoping for a raise. Severa was simply hoping for a few hours of rest before the cycle started again. None of them had any idea that tomorrow would never come, not in the way they expected. The mountain had other plans. Deep beneath its peaceful exterior, pressure had been building for centuries. Magna chambers filled with molten rock, gases accumulated without release, and geological forces beyond human comprehension were reaching their breaking point. The clock was ticking on Pompeii and no one heard it. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That catastrophe deserves its own chapter, its own telling, because what happened next was so dramatic, so sudden, so completely overwhelming that it deserves to be understood in full detail. For now, let's hold on to this image of Pompeii in its final peaceful hours, a living, breathing city full of people who had no reason to believe they wouldn't grow old, see their children marry, complain about the younger generation's lack of respect, and eventually be buried with proper rites by their descendants. Instead, they were about to become immortal in the most tragic way possible. The night deepens over Pompeii. Lamps are extinguished. Conversations fade to silence. The city sleeps, dreaming whatever dreams occupied Roman minds, ambitions, fears, desires, regrets. And beneath them, the earth begins to stir just slightly, almost imperceptibly. A dog howls somewhere in the darkness, that ancient warning that animals give when something feels wrong, in ways humans can't yet perceive. Tomorrow is August 24th, 79 AD. It will be remembered forever, but not for any reason these sleeping citizens could imagine. Sweet dreams, Pompeii. Enjoy them while you can. The next morning arrives with the same Mediterranean sunshine that has greeted this city for generations. People wake, stretch, begin their routines with the same automatic motions they've performed countless times. The bakers' ovens are already hot. The forum vendors are setting up their stalls. Slaves begin their endless labour. Children are sent off to their lessons. The day starts exactly as the previous one ended, ordinarily. But this ordinary morning won't stay that way for long. Somewhere around midday, perhaps a little before, the first signs appear. Small tremors, hardly unusual. Then more tremors, more frequent. Birds take flight in strange patterns, swirling confusedly overhead. Animals become restless, agitated in ways their owners haven't seen before. Dogs bark incessantly. Horses refuse to be saddled. The air itself seems to carry a strange quality, though no one can quite articulate what's different. And then, around 1 in the afternoon, everything changes. So we left Pompeii sleeping peacefully, dreaming those ordinary dreams of ordinary people with ordinary tomorrows ahead of them. The night had passed without incident, and August 24th, 79 AD dawned like any other summer day in this prosperous Roman town. The sun rose over the Bay of Naples, casting its familiar golden light across terracotta rooftops, and for a few precious hours, everything remained blissfully, deceptively normal. Markets opened, children went to lessons, slaves began their endless labour, and Mount Vesuvius sat there looking as innocent as it had for generations, covered in those beautiful vineyards, crowned with olive groves, absolutely radiating the kind of pastoral calm that poets wrote verses about. If the mountain was planning anything, it certainly wasn't showing its hand. But here's the thing about volcanoes. They're terrible at communication. There's no warning system, no courtesy notification, no dear residents, please be advised that tomorrow we'll be murdering everyone letter dropped in the mailbox. Volcanoes operate on geological time, which means they've been planning their next move for centuries while humans go about their brief lives completely oblivious. And Vesuvius had been planning something particularly spectacular. The first hints that something was amiss came in the morning hours, though they were subtle enough that most people probably dismissed them. Small tremors, barely worth mentioning. The ground shook occasionally in this region, had always shaken occasionally, so a few minor rumbles weren't exactly cause for panic. Some wells suddenly ran dry, which was odd. Dogs seemed unusually agitated, refusing to settle down, barking at something their owners couldn't perceive. Birds flew in strange, erratic patterns, as if they couldn't decide which direction safety lay. These are the kinds of things that in retrospect seem like obvious warning signs, but in the moment, most people probably shrugged and went about their business. Humans are remarkably good at normalizing the unusual, at convincing themselves that everything is fine right up until the moment it very much isn't. Around midday, the tremors became more frequent and more pronounced. Not alarming exactly, but persistent enough that people began to notice. Conversations in the forum probably touched on it. Did you feel that one? Bit stronger than usual, wasn't it? Before moving on to more pressing matters like grain prices and gladiatorial odds. The earthquake of 62 AD had been far worse, and Pompeii had survived that just fine. This was probably nothing. Famous last words in any civilization, really. Then, sometime around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everything changed. The explosion was unlike anything these people had ever experienced or could have imagined. Mount Vesuvius, after centuries of peaceful slumber, announced its awakening with a blast that could be heard hundreds of miles away. The top of the mountain literally blew apart, sending a column of rock, ash, and superheated gas shooting straight up into the atmosphere, with a force that modern scientists estimate was equivalent to roughly 100,000 times the thermal energy released by the Hiroshima bomb. Not exactly a subtle wake-up call. From Pompeii, about 8 kilometers south of the volcano, residents would have looked up to see something both mesmerizing and terrifying. A massive column of material was rising from the mountain's summit, climbing higher and higher into the sky at an astonishing rate, roughly 1.5 kilometers per minute, eventually reaching heights of 33 kilometers or more. This is what volcanologists call a Plinian eruption column, named after Pliny the Younger, who witnessed this very event from across the bay and wrote the first detailed description of such a phenomenon. The column looked like an enormous pine tree with a tall trunk and a spreading crown at the top where the material began to disperse. Beautiful in a way, and absolutely deadly. For the first few hours, Pompeii wasn't directly struck by this material. The prevailing winds carried the eruption column away from the city initially, and residents would have watched the spectacle unfold with a mixture of awe and growing concern. Some people, sensibly enough, began gathering their valuables and making plans to leave. Others, less sensibly, decided to wait and see. Maybe it would stop. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked. Maybe staying home and protecting their property was the wiser choice. After all, they couldn't possibly know that what they were witnessing was one of the most violent volcanic eruptions in recorded history. They had no frame of reference for something like this. Within an hour or two, though, the situation deteriorated rapidly. The wind shifted, and suddenly Pompeii found itself directly in the path of the eruption column's fallout. What came down from that towering cloud was a relentless rain of pumice, lightweight volcanic rock, full of air pockets, ranging in size from small pebbles to chunks the size of fists. At first it was almost possible to ignore. Annoying certainly, but not immediately deadly. The pumice was light enough that it didn't cause serious injury when it struck, though the sheer volume was concerning. Streets began to disappear under a layer of grey-white rock. Rooftops accumulated growing piles of the stuff. And it just kept coming, hour after hour with no sign of stopping. Picture yourself in this situation. You're standing in your home, and outside the window the sky has turned an ominous grey. It's not raining water, it's raining rock. The temperature is rising noticeably, and there's a sulphurous smell in the air that makes your eyes water and your throat burn. The noise is constant and overwhelming, the sound of millions of pieces of pumice hitting rooftops, streets, and every exposed surface creates a roar that makes normal conversation nearly impossible. The ground continues to shake with irregular tremors, and in the distance, toward the mountain, you can see flashes of lightning within the ash cloud. Yes, volcanic lightning, static electricity generated by the massive amounts of particles colliding in the eruption column, creating a terrifying light show that would have seemed like the gods themselves were angry. Some people tried to flee immediately, and honestly, those were the smart ones. But leaving wasn't simple. The roads were already accumulating pumice, making travel difficult. Cartwheels became stuck. Horses stumbled in the deepening layers. Every minute of delay meant conditions worsened. Those who left early, heading south towards Stabiae or the coastline, had the best chance of survival. Those who hesitated, gathering belongings or waiting for family members, found themselves in an increasingly dire situation. For those who stayed, and thousands did stay, whether by choice or circumstance, the afternoon became a nightmare of endurance. The pumice continued falling at an estimated rate of roughly 15 centimeters per hour. That might not sound like much, but consider. By the time 6 hours had passed, there was nearly a meter of this material covering everything. Doorways became difficult to open as pumice piled against them. Ground floor rooms began to fill with the stuff. People retreated to upper floors, hoping the structure would hold. Darkness descended in the middle of the afternoon as the ash cloud blocked out the sun, turning day into a twilight that felt like the end of the world itself. Back at the harbour, a scene of desperate chaos unfolded. Those with boats were attempting to launch them, hoping to escape by sea. But the water itself had become dangerous. Waves churned unusually, pushed by seismic activity, and the air was thick with falling debris. One particular boat, we know from archaeological evidence, was attempting to ferry people to safety when it was caught in the chaos. The crew and passengers never made it out of the harbour. Their remains, discovered centuries later, tell a story of hope crushed by circumstance. We know from Pliny the Younger's letters that his uncle, Pliny the Elder, commander of the Roman fleet stationed at Misenum across the bay, attempted a rescue mission. This elderly naturalist and naval commander, motivated partly by scientific curiosity and partly by genuine heroism, ordered ships to launch toward Pompeii to evacuate civilians. Unfortunately, the same volcanic activity that threatened the city made naval approach extremely hazardous. The elder Pliny eventually landed at Stabiae, south of Pompeii, where he stayed with friends, attempting to maintain calm. He would not survive the night. Back in Pompeii, as evening approached, the situation had become genuinely desperate. The pumice layer was now 2 to 3 meters deep in many places. Buildings, designed for normal Mediterranean loads of tile and occasional heavy rain, were never meant to support tons of volcanic rock. Roofs began to collapse. The sound of timber giving way, of stone crashing down, added to the cacophony of the ongoing pumice fall. People trapped in buildings were crushed. Others, trying to move through the streets, found themselves wading through chest-high pumice, struggling against the weight and the continuing bombardment from above. Let's pause here to consider the psychological horror of this situation, because the physical danger was only part of the experience. These people had no understanding of what a volcanic eruption actually was. Their worldview didn't include plate tectonics or magma chambers or geological pressure systems. What they understood was that the gods were clearly, unmistakably furious. This was divine punishment on a scale that exceeded anything in living memory. The sky was raining fire, the earth was shaking, darkness had descended in the middle of the day, and their beautiful mountain had become a monster. Some people probably died simply from panic and terror, their hearts giving out under the psychological strain. Religious responses varied. Some went to temples, hoping that proper worship might appease whatever deity was responsible. The Temple of Jupiter in the Forum, the Temple of Apollo, the Temple of Venus, all would have seen worshippers desperately seeking intervention. Others called upon household gods, making offerings and promises. Still others simply froze, unable to process what was happening or decide on any course of action. Decision paralysis in the face of overwhelming disaster is a very human response, and Pompeii saw plenty of it that day. As night fell, though the darkness was so complete that night was barely distinguishable from the ash-filled day, the pumice fall began to transition into something even worse. The eruption column, which had been shooting straight up for hours, began to experience collapses. When the force of the eruption couldn't sustain the weight of the rising material, portions of the column would fall back down, creating what volcanologists call pyroclastic surges and flows. These are, without exaggeration, one of the most terrifying phenomena on Earth. A pyroclastic flow is essentially a wave of superheated gas and rock fragments that races down the mountainside at speeds that can exceed 700 kilometers per hour. The temperature inside these flows can reach 700 degrees Celsius or higher. They move so fast that outrunning them is essentially impossible, and they're dense enough to knock down buildings. But here's what makes them particularly horrific. The heat is so intense that people caught in these flows don't burn to death in the conventional sense. Instead, the superheated gas causes instant death by thermal shock, essentially flash boiling the fluids in the lungs and body instantly. Death is nearly instantaneous, which I suppose is a small mercy, though there's not much consolation in that. The first of these pyroclastic surges reached Pompeii's neighbour Herculaneum first, around midnight. Herculaneum, close to the volcano, had actually avoided much of the pumice fall due to wind direction, and many residents had stayed put, probably thinking they'd dodged the worst of it. They hadn't. The pyroclastic flow that hit Herculaneum was devastating and total. An entire city of around 4,000 people was hit by superheated gas travelling faster than any chariot race, at temperatures that would instantly kill anything in its path. Those who had fled to the beach hoping for rescue by sea died where they stood. Their bodies, preserved by the volcanic material that buried them, would be discovered in the 1980s, dozens of people huddled in boathouses caught in their final moments of terror. Pompeii, slightly further away, had a bit more time, but not much. Through the night hours, as the pumice layer reached nearly 3 meters deep, people who had survived this far were making final decisions. Some had managed to find shelter in areas where buildings still held together. Others were trapped in rooms that had become increasingly confined as pumice blocked exits. The air quality was deteriorating rapidly. Volcanic gases mixed with the ash, making breathing difficult and painful. People tied cloths over their faces, trying to filter out the worst of the particles, but it was a losing battle. The first pyroclastic surge to reach Pompeii came in the early morning hours, probably around 6 or 7 a.m. on August 25th. It swept over the city walls, but the pumice layer already covering everything partially protected those inside buildings. This surge carried temperatures of around 100 to 120 degrees Celsius, hot enough to be deadly, but the thermal protection offered by the pumice actually saved some lives temporarily. Those in sealed rooms survived this first wave, but it was only the beginning. Over the next several hours, a series of additional pyroclastic surges swept over Pompeii. Each one was potentially more devastating than the last. Modern geological analysis suggests there were at least 6 major surges, each carrying different temperatures and densities of material. The fourth surge, occurring sometime around 7 or 8 in the morning, was particularly lethal. This one penetrated deeper into the city, finding its way into buildings through windows, collapsed roofs, and any opening in the structures. The temperatures in this surge reached approximately 300 degrees Celsius, well beyond any possibility of survival. This is when most of Pompeii's remaining residents died. Not from falling pumice, not from building collapse, but from these waves of superheated gas that penetrated every corner of the buried city. They died in their beds, in their hiding places in the streets while trying to flee. Individuals died alone, overcome while trying to navigate the pumice-filled streets. Slaves died beside their masters. Social hierarchies irrelevant in the face of such absolute destruction. Children died in their parents' arms. The city that had been so vibrantly alive just 24 hours earlier was now a mass grave. The bodies found in Pompeii tell individual stories of those final moments. A mother covering her child with her own body, trying to provide some protection. A group of people in a garden, apparently waiting together for whatever came next. Two people holding hands, were they lovers? Friends? Strangers who found comfort in human connection as the end approached? We'll never know. A person collapsed on a stairway, climbing toward what they hoped would be safety. Another person with their hands over their mouth, trying to filter the toxic air. A dog still chained to a post, unable to escape. That last one always hits particularly hard, even now, nearly 2,000 years later. The volcanic activity continued through the morning, piling additional layers of ash and volcanic debris over the already buried city. The final depth of material covering Pompeii varied from 4 to 6 meters, completely entombing the city and everything in it. Where streets had been, there was now just a grey landscape of ash. Where buildings had stood, there were no signs at all, just rolling hills of volcanic deposit. The city had effectively been erased from the map, preserved in its final moments but hidden from view entirely. In total, the eruption lasted approximately 18 to 20 hours of primary activity, though volcanic emissions continued for days afterward. The death toll in Pompeii alone was somewhere around 2,000 people, roughly 20% of the city's population who hadn't managed to evacuate. When you add in Herculaneum, the surrounding rural areas and other affected settlements, the total number of deaths probably reached several thousand. In ancient terms, this wasn't the deadliest disaster ever. Wars and plagues routinely killed far more. But the manner of death and the speed of destruction made this event uniquely horrifying. What makes Pompeii's destruction particularly poignant is how completely it preserved a moment in time. Other ancient cities were abandoned gradually, their buildings repurposed, their materials recycled, their streets transformed by successive generations. Pompeii just stopped. The loaf of bread that Baker had put in his oven that morning? Still there, carbonized but recognizable. The meal that family was preparing? Left on the table. The graffiti scribbled on the wall the day before? Perfectly preserved under layers of ash. The city became a snapshot, an accidental time capsule created by the very disaster that destroyed it. The survivors, and there were many who escaped, having left early enough to avoid the worst, scattered to surrounding areas. Some ended up in Naples, others in Rome. They carried with them stories of what they'd witnessed, tales that would become part of Roman cultural memory. Pompeii, the prosperous trading town, became Pompeii the cautionary tale, a reminder that fortune could turn on a moment and that even the most stable-seeming foundations could be destroyed. The Roman Empire, being Roman about everything, responded with characteristic bureaucracy. Emperor Titus, who had just taken the throne 2 months before the eruption, appointed commissioners to oversee relief efforts. Funds were allocated for survivors, though how effectively this aid reached those who needed it is debatable. Ancient government aid programs were about as efficient as you'd expect, which is to say, not very. There were discussions about possibly rebuilding, but the sheer scale of destruction and the lingering volcanic danger made such plans impractical. Eventually Pompeii was simply left, covered, quiet, forgotten. Well, not entirely forgotten. For the first century or so after the eruption, people knew roughly where Pompeii had been. Some survivors returned to dig into the ash, trying to recover valuables or family heirlooms. Looters also came, tunneling into the buried city to steal whatever they could find. But these efforts were haphazard and dangerous, and eventually they stopped. The land above Pompeii returned to agriculture, and new generations grew crops literally on top of the buried city, unaware of what lay beneath their feet. Centuries passed. The Roman Empire fell. The Middle Ages came and went. The Renaissance arrived. Pompeii remained buried, its exact location gradually becoming uncertain. Local legends spoke of a lost city somewhere in the area, but these were dismissed as myths. The name Pompeii appeared in ancient texts, mentioned by Roman historians, but the physical city itself had vanished so completely that many scholars doubted they would ever find it. It wasn't until 1748, during construction of a summer palace for the King of Naples, that workers accidentally broke through into buried structures. Initial explorations revealed the stunning preservation of the site, and systematic excavation began. Since then, over 2.5 centuries of archaeological work has uncovered approximately 2/3 of the city, revealing an unprecedented window into Roman daily life. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's return to that morning of August 25th, 79 AD, as the last pyroclastic surges swept over the city. Picture the scene from above, though no one would have dared be above ground to witness it. The mountain is still erupting, though with less violence now. The eruption column has largely collapsed, replaced by flowing pyroclastic surges that race down the slopes like glowing avalanches. The sky is absolutely choked with ash, creating a darkness that extends for hundreds of miles in all directions. Ships at sea, miles from shore, report seeing the phenomenon and being covered in falling ash. People in cities as far away as Africa and Syria notice the strange atmospheric effects. In Misenum, across the bay, young Pliny the Younger is experiencing his own terror. He's with his mother, having urged her to leave their home as the earthquakes intensified and the ash cloud approached. They join thousands of others fleeing along the coastal road, a mass exodus of terrified humanity trying to outrun disaster. The darkness is so complete that even with torches they can barely see the person in front of them. The ground shakes constantly, and the sea behaves strangely, pulling back from the shore in ways that suggest seismic activity beneath the water. Pliny would later write about this experience in letters to the historian Tacitus, providing us with the only surviving eyewitness account of the eruption. His descriptions are vivid and terrifying. The panic, the darkness, the sounds of buildings collapsing, the prayers and screams of the crowd. He mentions specifically that many people believed this was the end of the world itself, the apocalypse that would destroy everything. And honestly, could you blame them? If you had lived in the ancient world with its limited scientific understanding and witnessed what was happening, day turning to night, fire falling from the sky, the earth itself convulsing, what other conclusion could you reach? The gods were clearly ending everything. This was how the world died, except of course it wasn't. The eruption did eventually end. The ash settled. The darkness lifted. The survivors found themselves in a world that looked profoundly different but was still there, still continuing. The sun rose again on August 26th, revealing the devastation in its full horror. Where Pompeii had been, there was nothing, just a grey, barren landscape of volcanic deposit. Where vineyards had climbed Vesuvius's slopes, there was now scorched earth and cooling lava flows. The entire region had been transformed, reshaped by forces that humans couldn't control or fully understand. In the days and weeks that followed, survivors would have returned to the area, hoping against hope that somehow their homes, their loved ones might have survived. The reality they found was crushing. There was no Pompeii to return to. Just ash, already hardening into a kind of stone, sealing everything beneath it. Some people tried to dig, following the lines of what had been streets, but the depth of the deposits and the danger of collapses made such efforts largely futile. The city was truly and completely buried. For those who died in Pompeii, their bodies underwent a remarkable process of preservation. The layers of volcanic ash that covered them gradually hardened around their remains. Over time, the organic material decomposed, leaving hollow cavities in the exact shape of the bodies at their moment of death. These cavities remained hidden for nearly 18 centuries until Giuseppe Fiorelli, director of excavations in the 1860s, developed the brilliant technique of pouring plaster into these voids, creating casts that reveal the final moments of Pompeii's victims in haunting detail. These plaster casts are, without question, some of the most powerful archaeological artifacts ever created. They show people in their final moments with an intimacy that transcends the 2 millennia separating us. You can see facial expressions, fear, resignation, pain. You can see clothing, hairstyles, jewellery. You can see the positions people died in, whether fighting against their fate or accepting it. Each cast is a person, with a life that was cut short, dreams that went unfulfilled, stories that ended mid-sentence. There's the cast of a man covering his nose and mouth with his toga, trying desperately to filter out the toxic gases. There's a woman, clearly pregnant, found with a bag of jewellery and valuables. Had she been trying to escape with her family's wealth when she was overcome? There are children, their small bodies heartbreaking in their vulnerability. There are groups of people, clearly from the same household, dying together. And there are individuals, alone in their final moments, facing the end without companionship. One particularly poignant discovery was a group of people found in what archaeologists call the Garden of the Fugitives. 13 people, including adults and children, were found together in this space, apparently having sought refuge in what they hoped would be a safe outdoor area. They died together, probably during one of the later pyroclastic surges, their bodies arranged in positions that suggest they knew death was coming and had simply accepted it. Some are lying down as if they'd given up the fight. Others are crouched, hands over their faces. A child appears to be reaching toward an adult, perhaps a parent, seeking comfort in those final terrifying moments. These aren't just archaeological specimens. These were people, with names we'll never know, with families, with histories, with entire lives that were lived fully before being cut short so dramatically. When you stand before these casts in the modern museum at Pompeii, you're not looking at artifacts. You're looking at human beings who experienced something so terrible that it exceeds our normal capacity for empathy. Yet somehow, across 2,000 years, their final moments speak to us with an emotional power that transcends time. The eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD was, without any hyperbole, one of the most significant geological events in recorded human history. Not because of its size, there have been larger eruptions before and since, but because of what it preserved and what it taught us about both volcanic activity and ancient life. Pompeii and Herculaneum became involuntary time capsules, preserving a snapshot of Roman civilization with a fidelity that no other archaeological site can match. In the days immediately following the eruption, the survivors would have been in shock. The psychological trauma of such an event defies easy description. Imagine losing not just your home, but your entire city, every street you'd ever walked, every building you'd ever known, every landmark that defined your world. Imagine losing friends, family, neighbours, business associates, entire social networks erased in less than a day. Imagine the survivor's guilt, the endless what-ifs that would haunt the rest of your life. What if I'd left earlier? What if I'd made my family leave? What if I'd stayed and died with them? Roman society, to its credit, did attempt to help survivors. Titus, who would prove to be a generally compassionate emperor despite his short reign, allocated imperial funds for relief. The estates of those who died without heirs, and there were many, were directed toward reconstruction efforts in the affected region. But no amount of aid could bring back what was lost or heal the trauma of what people had experienced. Meanwhile, Vesuvius itself settled back into dormancy, though not entirely quiet. Minor eruptions and seismic activity continued sporadically for years afterward. The mountain had released much of its accumulated pressure, but the geological forces that created the eruption hadn't disappeared. They continued their work deep underground, preparing perhaps for the next cataclysm. Because here's the thing about Vesuvius that modern residents of Naples really don't like to think about too hard. The volcano is still very much active, and it will erupt again. Not if, but when. But that's a concern for another chapter. For now, let's leave Pompeii as it was in those days immediately after the eruption, buried, silent, preserved. The city that had been so full of life, so vibrant with commerce and politics and daily human drama, was now a tomb. The voices that had filled its streets, vendors calling their wares, children playing, politicians debating, lovers whispering, had fallen silent. The smells of cooking food, of fresh bread, of garum and wine and flowers had been replaced by the acrid scent of cooling volcanic rock. The colours that had made Pompeii so beautiful, the reds and yellows of painted walls, the greens of gardens, the blues of sky and sea, had been buried under uniform grey ash. What remained was a city frozen at the moment of its destruction, waiting to be discovered, waiting to tell its story to a world that wouldn't exist for another 17 centuries. Pompeii had become, in its death, perhaps the most important archaeological site humanity would ever find. A place where the past speaks to the present with unusual clarity and emotional resonance. The 18 hours that destroyed Pompeii were, from the city's perspective, an ending. But from history's perspective, they were also a peculiar kind of beginning, the start of Pompeii's immortality. The disaster that killed thousands also preserved their world for millions to learn from, to marvel at, to be moved by. It's a dark kind of silver lining, if we're being honest, and I doubt any of Pompeii's residents would have chosen this path to eternal memory. But such is history. Tragedy and preservation often walk hand in hand, and Pompeii's destruction became its greatest gift to the future. Every fresco, every piece of graffiti, every mundane object preserved in ash teaches us something about what it meant to be human in ancient Rome. And more importantly, it reminds us of something universal, that life is fragile, that nature is powerful, and that we are, all of us, living on borrowed time in ways we rarely acknowledge. The people of Pompeii went to sleep on August 23, 79 AD, thinking they had endless tomorrows ahead of them. They were wrong, and while we have better warning systems and more geological knowledge than they did, we're not that different. We too make plans, assume continuity, take our cities and our lives for granted. Pompeii reminds us, with devastating clarity, that the ground beneath our feet isn't as solid as we like to believe. So we've established that Pompeii's destruction, while absolutely devastating for those who lived through it, or rather, didn't live through it, created an unprecedented archaeological treasure. The city was sealed under meters of volcanic ash, preserving everything from frescoes to food to furniture with a fidelity that makes historians slightly giddy. But perhaps the most haunting and scientifically valuable preservation of all involves the victims themselves. Those 2,000 or so people who didn't make it out, and whose final moments were captured in volcanic material with almost photographic precision. We touched briefly on Giuseppe Fiorelli's brilliant technique of filling body cavities with plaster, developed in the 1860s. But that was just the beginning. What modern science has done with these casts in recent decades goes so far beyond what Fiorelli could have imagined that it's almost like comparing a horse-drawn cart to a spacecraft. We're now using technologies that allow us to peer inside these plaster figures without destroying them, to recreate faces that haven't been seen in nearly 2 millennia, and to learn intimate details about these ancient people's lives, health, and even their final moments of consciousness. It's simultaneously fascinating and slightly unnerving, this ability to know people so thoroughly who've been dead for 2,000 years. They probably didn't consent to this level of scrutiny, but then again, consent is a bit of a moot point when you've been buried under volcanic ash since the 1st century. Let's start with the basics of how these casts were made, because understanding that process is essential to appreciating what modern technology reveals. When Vesuvius erupted and those pyroclastic surges swept through Pompeii, they brought with them layers of fine volcanic ash that settled over everything, including the bodies of the dead. This ash was hot enough to be deadly, but cool enough that it didn't completely incinerate organic material. Instead, it formed a tight seal around the bodies. Over time, the organic matter, flesh, muscle, internal organs, decomposed, but the ash had already hardened into a kind of natural concrete, maintaining the exact shape of the body at the moment of death. The result was a perfect negative impression, a mould of the human form. When Fiorelli began directing excavations in 1863, he realized what he was seeing when workers uncovered these hollow spaces in the hardened ash. Rather than simply noting the voids and moving on, he had the ingenious idea to inject liquid plaster of Paris into them. The plaster filled every crevice of the cavity, capturing details as fine as clothing folds, jewellery impressions, and even facial features. When the surrounding ash was carefully chipped away, what remained was a 3-dimensional recreation of the person at their moment of death. This technique was revolutionary for its time and remains one of archaeology's great innovations. But the plaster casts, as remarkable as they are, only show the external surface. What's inside them? For over a century we had no way of knowing without destroying the casts themselves, and destroying such irreplaceable artifacts was obviously out of the question. The casts sat in museums, deeply moving but essentially opaque boxes containing mysteries we couldn't access. Then came the CT scanner and everything changed. CT scanning, computed tomography for those who like their acronyms spelled out, uses X-rays taken from multiple angles to create cross-sectional images of an object's interior. Medical professionals use it constantly to examine patients without surgery, and at some point some clever archaeologist thought, you know what? We could use this on those Pompeii casts, and they were absolutely right. The first major CT scanning project of Pompeii's casts began in 2015, led by a team of Italian researchers from the archaeological superintendents of Pompeii, working with radiologists and biomedical engineers. They transported 86 plaster casts, carefully, very carefully, because these things are irreplaceable and dropping one would be a career-ending disaster, to the facilities where they could be scanned. The results were nothing short of spectacular. Inside those plaster shells they found skeletal remains that had been invisible for over a century. Bones, teeth, and in some cases surprisingly well-preserved organic material that had somehow survived decomposition. The CT scans revealed not just that there were bones inside, but the exact position and condition of those bones. They could see healed fractures from years before the eruption, evidence of lives lived with all their ordinary injuries. They found dental work, which yes, Romans had, though their version of dentistry was about as pleasant as you'd imagine given that anaesthesia wouldn't be invented for another 18 centuries. They found evidence of diseases, nutritional deficiencies, and age-related conditions. These scans transformed the casts from mysterious figures into knowable individuals with medical histories we could actually study. One of the most fascinating discoveries involved teeth. Teeth, it turns out, are remarkably good record keepers of a person's life. They preserve evidence of childhood nutrition, periods of illness or stress, dietary habits, and age at death. The CT scans of Pompeii victims' teeth revealed that, contrary to what you might expect from ancient people who'd never heard of fluoride or proper dental hygiene, Many Pompeians had surprisingly good teeth. Not perfect, certainly. There was decay and wear consistent with their diet, but better than you might think. The reason? Their diet was low in refined sugars. Those wouldn't become a dental epidemic until much later in history, and high in fibre. Also, interestingly, the volcanic soil around Vesuvius was rich in fluoride, which naturally strengthened their teeth. So essentially, the volcano that would eventually kill them was also giving them decent dental health throughout their lives. Talk about mixed blessings. The scans also revealed ages at death with much greater precision than external examination allowed. Some casts that had been identified as adults turned out to be adolescents. Others thought to be elderly were actually middle-aged, though middle-aged in Roman terms meant something quite different than today. Life expectancy in ancient Rome was around 25-35 years at birth, though this number is heavily skewed by high infant mortality. If you survived childhood, you had a decent chance of reaching your 50s or 60s, though few made it much beyond that. The Pompeii victims range from infants to elderly adults, representing a cross-section of the population who, for various reasons, didn't or couldn't evacuate. But CT scanning was just the beginning. The next technological leap came with high-resolution 3D scanning and digital modelling. These techniques allow researchers to create exact digital replicas of both the exterior casts and the interior skeletal remains revealed by CT scans. Once you have a detailed 3D model, you can do things with it that would be impossible with the physical object. You can rotate it, zoom in on details, take virtual cross-sections, and even run simulations to test hypotheses. You can share the digital model with researchers worldwide without risking damage to the original artifact. And perhaps most importantly, you can use that digital data as the foundation for facial reconstruction. Facial reconstruction is where this technology gets genuinely eerie in the best possible way. The basic premise is straightforward. If you have a skull, you can recreate the face that once covered it. The skull determines the basic structure of the face, the shape of the jaw, the position of the eyes, the length of the nose. Soft tissue, muscle, fat, skin follows predictable patterns based on age, sex, and ancestry. By applying these patterns to a skull, forensic artists can create a reasonable approximation of what someone looked like in life. This technique is commonly used in modern forensic cases to help identify unknown remains. But applying it to ancient individuals from Pompeii? That's something special. That's taking someone who's been dead for nearly 2,000 years and bringing their face back into the world. One particularly striking reconstruction involved a young man found near what's believed to have been a military or gladiatorial context. Let's call him Antonius, though of course we don't know his real name. That's one piece of information that volcanic ash unfortunately doesn't preserve. Antonius was in his mid-20s when he died, and his skeletal remains showed clear evidence of physical training and repeated stress injuries consistent with martial activities. His bones were dense and well-developed, suggesting good nutrition and regular exercise. His teeth showed relatively good health, though with some wear patterns that suggested he might have used them as tools, not uncommon in an era when pockets hadn't been invented, and you needed somewhere to hold things while your hands were busy. The CT scan of Antonius's cast revealed his complete skeleton in remarkable detail. His skull, though partially damaged by the cast-making process and subsequent centuries of storage, retained enough structure for a facial reconstruction attempt. The research team, working with forensic artists experienced in both modern cases and historical reconstructions, began the painstaking process of bringing Antonius back to visual life. First, they created a precise 3D model of the skull using laser scanning technology. Every bump, crevice, and contour was captured digitally with sub-millimeter accuracy. This digital skull became the armature upon which the face would be built. Next, tissue depth markers were placed at key points on the skull, landmarks where researchers established average flesh thickness for people of similar age, sex, and ancestry. These markers act as guides, telling the artist how much flesh to add at each point. The reconstruction process then followed two parallel tracks: a digital version created entirely in computer software, and a physical version sculpted by hand using clay. Both approaches have their advantages. Digital reconstruction allows for easy modification and the ability to test different parameters. What if the nose was slightly longer? What if there was more subcutaneous fat? Physical reconstruction often captures subtle qualities that digital rendering can miss, the kind of organic asymmetries that make faces look real rather than computer-generated. The digital reconstruction of Antonius began with the software mapping out the major facial muscles based on skull attachment points. Where muscles attach to bone leaves visible markers, small ridges and roughened areas that tell us exactly where and how facial muscles were configured. From these attachment points, the software calculated the likely size and shape of each muscle, building up layers of virtual tissue over the digital skull. Fat deposits were added based on age and general population data, since we can't know exactly how much fat any individual carried. Skin was the final layer, complete with pores and subtle texture. The resulting face is naturally an approximation rather than an exact portrait. We can't know his exact skin tone, though we can make educated guesses based on his Mediterranean ancestry. We can't know his hairstyle or beard configuration, though Roman artistic conventions give us clues about what was fashionable in his era. We can't know his expression in life, the way his face moved when he laughed or frowned. What we get is something like a passport photo of his face, a baseline representation that captures his essential features without the animation of life. And yet, seeing that face for the first time is profoundly moving. Here is a person who walked the streets of Pompeii nearly 2 millennia ago. He ate meals in Thermopolia, maybe watched gladiatorial games in the amphitheatre, probably complained about the heat in summer and worried about money and wondered what his future held. He was a real person with real concerns, and now we can look at his face and feel a connection across time that wasn't possible before these technologies existed. The Antonius reconstruction generated considerable public interest when it was released. News outlets worldwide carried the story, often with headlines about bringing ancient Romans back to life, or the face of a Pompeii victim revealed. There's something about putting a face to ancient history that captures public imagination in a way that statistics and artifacts don't. We relate to faces. We see ourselves in them. We recognize the humanity. But Antonius wasn't the only reconstruction. The research team has worked on multiple casts, each revealing different aspects of Pompeian society. There's a woman in her 30s, her teeth showing evidence of iron deficiency that was common among Roman women, possibly due to menstrual blood loss combined with a diet that didn't adequately compensate. Her facial reconstruction shows someone who might have been considered attractive by Roman standards, with a strong nose and defined cheekbones. She was found near a collection of gold jewellery, suggesting either that she was wealthy enough to own such items, or that she was a servant tasked with protecting her mistress's valuables during the evacuation that never quite happened. Another reconstruction focused on a child, approximately 4 years old, based on dental development and bone ossification. This one was particularly challenging because children's faces change so rapidly that there's less certainty in the reconstruction process. The tissue depth data available for children is also less comprehensive than for adults. Nevertheless, the team produced a reconstruction showing a small face with large eyes, a characteristic of children that artists sometimes overemphasize but which is anatomically accurate. This child was found with 2 adults, presumably parents, their bodies positioned as if the adults had been trying to protect the child. They failed, of course. Nothing could protect against those pyroclastic surges, but the attempt speaks to that universal parental instinct that transcends time and culture. High-resolution photography has added another dimension to the study of these casts. Modern camera technology, combined with specialized lighting techniques, can reveal details invisible to the naked eye. Researchers have photographed the casts under different light conditions: raking light that emphasizes surface texture, ultraviolet light that can reveal organic residues, infrared that penetrates slightly below the surface. These photographs, when combined with the CT scan data and 3D models, create a comprehensive documentation of each cast that far exceeds anything available to previous generations of scholars. The photography has revealed surprising details. Fabric impressions in the plaster show not just that people were clothed, but what kind of fabric they wore, the weave pattern, the thread count, even sometimes the fibre type. One cast shows the clear impression of a woolen tunic with a specific weave pattern that textile historians can identify as locally produced. Another shows what appears to be linen undergarment beneath a heavier outer layer. These textile traces are invaluable for understanding Roman clothing practices because actual fabric rarely survives from antiquity. The volcanic ash that destroyed these people also preserved evidence of what they wore with remarkable fidelity. Jewelry impressions are equally telling. Rings, bracelets, earrings all leave distinctive marks in the plaster. Researchers can identify the style and sometimes the material of these objects even when the actual jewelry wasn't recovered. One woman wore multiple rings on both hands, including what appears to be a signet ring on her right hand, typically worn by the head of a household, which challenges our assumptions about women's roles in Roman society. Either she was a widow managing her deceased husband's affairs, or she held more authority than traditional historical narratives might suggest. These small details accumulate, painting a picture of a society more complex and nuanced than simple generalizations allow. The technology has also settled some debates about the cast themselves. Early critics of Fiorelli's technique questioned whether the plaster accurately captured the body's original positions or whether the plaster injection process altered them. High-resolution analysis shows that the plaster did indeed faithfully reproduce the body cavities, with distortions being minimal and usually attributable to post-mortem settling rather than casting errors. The positions we see, people crouching, lying down, covering their faces, reflect their actual final moments with disturbing accuracy. Some positions have required explanation. Why were some bodies found in contorted poses with limbs bent at unusual angles? Initial assumptions suggested death agony, people writhing in pain as they died. But the CT scans and physical evidence tell a different story. These contorted positions are consistent with what's called pugilistic posture, a phenomenon that occurs when bodies are exposed to intense heat. Muscles contract and stiffen as they desiccate, pulling limbs into flexed positions. The people didn't die in these poses. Their bodies assumed these positions after death due to the heat of the pyroclastic flows. Understanding this through modern analysis both corrects a misconception and, oddly, provides a small comfort. The contorted figures weren't suffering longer than others. Death was equally quick for all. DNA analysis represents another frontier in studying these remains, though it comes with significant challenges. After 2,000 years and exposure to volcanic temperatures, DNA preservation is extremely limited. Most attempts to extract DNA from Pompeii victims have failed, or produced only fragments too short to analyze meaningfully. However, researchers have had some success extracting DNA from bones within the casts that remained protected from the worst heat. These fragments, while incomplete, have revealed information about ancestry, confirming that Pompeii's population was genetically diverse. A mix of Italian natives, people with Eastern Mediterranean ancestry, North African genetic markers, and individuals whose DNA suggests origins in what is now France or Spain. This genetic diversity makes perfect sense for a trading port city that attracted people from across the Roman world. One DNA discovery garnered particular attention. Analysis of several individuals found together in what appeared to be a family grouping showed they weren't actually biologically related. They might have been members of the same household, master and slaves who had formed bonds strong enough that they died together, or perhaps neighbours who sought refuge together, or even strangers who found each other in the chaos. The genetic evidence challenges our assumptions about the composition of these groups and reminds us that family in ancient Rome, as in today's world, wasn't always about blood relations. Isotope analysis of bones has revealed dietary information that supplements what we know from food remains found elsewhere in Pompeii. By analysing the ratios of different isotopes in bone tissue, researchers can determine what people ate during their lifetimes. The Pompeii victims show a diet heavy in grains, wheat and barley primarily, supplemented with fish and seafood from the bay, vegetables, fruits, and moderate amounts of meat. Social stratification shows in the isotope data too. Wealthier individuals consumed more animal protein, while poorer residents relied more heavily on plant-based foods. One individual's isotope signature suggested they had spent significant time in a different region before coming to Pompeii, perhaps a migrant worker or someone who had travelled for other reasons. Modern technology has also been employed to study not just individual casts, but their spatial distribution and what that tells us about the final hours. Geographic Information Systems (GIS) mapping has created detailed records of where each victim was found within the excavated portions of Pompeii. This mapping reveals patterns. Clusters of bodies near city gates suggest attempted evacuations that failed. Bodies found in upper floors indicate people who retreated upward as pumice accumulated, hoping for safety that never came. Individuals found alone in rooms might have been trapped, or might have chosen to face death in familiar surroundings rather than risk the chaos outside. The spatial analysis has also revealed the paths of the pyroclastic surges. By mapping where bodies were found relative to the city's layout, and combining this with geological evidence of flow directions, researchers have reconstructed how those deadly clouds of gas and ash moved through the streets. The surges followed the topography, channeling down certain streets and eddying in open spaces like the Forum. Understanding these patterns doesn't just satisfy historical curiosity, it provides data for volcanologists modelling how future eruptions might behave, potentially saving lives in areas around still active volcanoes. Virtual reality represents perhaps the most futuristic application of these technologies. Using the 3D models of both the casts and the city itself, researchers have created immersive VR experiences that allow people to walk through Pompeii as it was in its final hours. These aren't casual video game experiences, they're scientifically grounded reconstructions based on all available evidence. Users can see the pumice accumulating, watch the sky darken, observe where victims were found. It's educational, certainly, but also deeply affecting. Standing virtually in the Garden of the Fugitives, seeing the positions where those 13 people died, creates an emotional impact that photographs in a textbook simply can't match. These VR reconstructions have particular value for education. Students studying Roman history can experience the city in ways previous generations never could. They can understand the scale of buildings, the narrowness of streets, the layout of homes. They can visualize daily life and then see how the eruption transformed that living city into a tomb. It's active learning that engages multiple senses and creates lasting impressions. Teachers report that students who've experienced these VR tours retain information better and show greater empathy for historical subjects than those who've only read about them. The technology has also raised ethical questions that researchers grapple with seriously. These casts represent real people who died in traumatic circumstances. Is it respectful to subject them to such intense scrutiny? To recreate their faces without their permission? To put their final moments on display for public consumption? These aren't easy questions, and different cultures and traditions offer different answers. The current approach at Pompeii attempts to balance scientific inquiry with respect. The casts are treated as human remains, not just artifacts. Their display is done thoughtfully, with context provided about who these people were and what they experienced. Reconstructions are presented as scientific achievements that honor the victims by making them knowable, rather than as entertainment that exploits their tragedy. Whether this balance is perfectly achieved is debatable, and the conversation continues. What's undeniable is that these technologies have transformed our understanding of Pompeii's victims from anonymous casualties into knowable individuals. We may not know their names, but we know their ages, their health histories, what they ate, what diseases they suffered, how they dressed, what jewelry they wore, and what their faces looked like. We know that the mother in the House of the Golden Bracelet was anemic, that the young soldier near the gladiator barracks had broken his leg years before the eruption, that the child in the Garden of the Fugitives had good dental health thanks to their fluoride-rich environment, that the wealthy woman near the Forum wore expensive silk undergarments, a luxury import from the East. Each piece of information adds to our understanding not just of these individuals, but of Roman society as a whole. Pompeii becomes not just an archaeological site, but a community of real people whose lives we can reconstruct with surprising intimacy. The technology that allows this reconstruction continues to advance, and each new development reveals additional details. Future analyses will undoubtedly uncover information we can't even anticipate today. For now, we have these faces staring back at us across nearly 2 millennia. Young men in their prime, women in middle age, children who never grew up, elderly individuals who had survived decades only to die in a single afternoon. They challenge us to see them not as ancient relics, but as fellow humans who experienced joy and sorrow, who had hopes and fears, who lived fully right up until their final moments. The technology that reveals them to us is remarkable, but what matters most is the humanity it uncovers. These weren't just victims of a volcanic eruption. They were people, and now, thanks to modern science, we can look them in the eye and acknowledge that truth. The work continues. More casts await scanning. More faces await reconstruction. More stories await telling. And with each technological advance, we get closer to understanding not just how these people died, but how they lived, which is, after all, the far more important question. Pompeii keeps giving up its secrets, one scan at a time. So we've talked about how modern technology lets us see individual victims in unprecedented detail, their faces, their health, their final moments. But what about the city itself? All those buildings, streets, frescoes, and architectural details that make Pompeii such an invaluable window into Roman life. They're deteriorating. Right now, as we speak. Every day that passes brings more weathering, more erosion, more damage from the millions of tourists who visit annually, and more decay from the simple passage of time. The irony isn't lost on anyone. The volcanic eruption that destroyed Pompeii also preserved it for nearly 2 millennia. But now that it's been excavated and exposed to the elements, it's crumbling faster than anyone would like to admit. Enter what might be the most ambitious archaeological preservation project ever attempted. the complete 3D digital scanning of every single structure in Pompeii. We're talking about over 2,000 buildings, countless frescoes, millions of individual features, all being captured in such precise digital detail that if, gods forbid, the physical city were to disappear tomorrow, we'd still have a perfect virtual replica. It's essentially creating a backup copy of an entire ancient city, which is both incredibly cool and slightly depressing when you think about why it's necessary. The project is massive in scope, and I do mean massive. Pompeii covers approximately 66 hectares of excavated area. That's about 163 acres for those of you thinking in American measurements, or roughly 125 football fields if you prefer your measurements in sports terminology. Within that space are the remains of temples, homes, shops, baths, theatres, an amphitheatre, streets, and all the infrastructure that made a Roman city function. Each of these structures needs to be scanned from multiple angles inside and out, with equipment that can capture details down to the millimetre. If you thought photographing your vacation was tedious, imagine trying to document an entire city that's been dead for 2,000 years. With lasers. The technology being used is called LiDAR, light detection and ranging, which sounds like something from a science fiction movie, but is actually fairly common in surveying and mapping applications. LiDAR works by emitting laser pulses and measuring how long they take to bounce back after hitting a surface. By firing millions of these pulses in rapid succession while rotating the scanner, the device creates what's called a point cloud, a three-dimensional map made up of millions of individual measured points. Each point has exact spatial coordinates, and when you combine enough of them, you get an incredibly detailed 3D representation of whatever you're scanning. The Pompeii scanning project uses multiple LiDAR systems, from handheld devices for detailed interior work to larger terrestrial scanners for broader coverage. Some areas even require drone-mounted scanners to capture rooftops and other hard-to-reach spots. The drones themselves are rather fascinating. They navigate the ancient streets like tiny robotic tourists, except they're actually doing something useful instead of taking selfies with their phones and blocking foot traffic. A typical day for the scanning team might start at dawn before the tourist hordes arrive and complicate matters. They set up their equipment in a specific building, let's say the House of the Faun, one of Pompeii's largest and most elaborate residences. This single home covers an entire city block and features over 3,000 square meters of floor space, multiple atriums, dining rooms, bedrooms, service quarters, and those famous Alexander the Great mosaics that art historians get extremely excited about. Scanning such a structure thoroughly takes days, sometimes weeks. The team positions the terrestrial scanner in the center of the first atrium, calibrates it, and lets it do its thing. The scanner rotates slowly, emitting millions of laser pulses that bounce off every surface: the columns, the impluvium, the decorative pool that collected rainwater, the surrounding walls, the floor mosaics. Each pulse that returns provides a measurement, and the scanner's software compiles these into a dense point cloud. The resolution is so fine that you can see individual mosaic tiles, cracks in the plaster, and even graffiti scratched into the walls. One scan complete, the team moves the scanner to a new position that overlaps with the first, ensuring no gaps in coverage. Repeat this process dozens of times per room, and you start to understand why this project is measured in years rather than months. Interior scanning is particularly challenging because of the variable lighting conditions and the need to capture details that might be hidden in shadows. The team uses supplemental lighting in some cases, though they have to be careful not to generate too much heat. These frescoes have survived 2 millennia. It would be rather embarrassing to damage them with a work lamp. For the famous painted walls, they often combine LiDAR with photogrammetry, a technique that uses multiple overlapping photographs to create 3D models. The LiDAR captures precise geometry, while the photographs provide color information, and the two datasets are merged to create a model that's both dimensionally accurate and visually representative. The Villa of the Mysteries, with its stunning frescoes depicting Dionysiac rituals, received particularly careful attention. These paintings are arguably some of the finest surviving examples of Roman wall art, and their preservation is crucial for art historians studying ancient painting techniques. The scanning team spent weeks in the villa, capturing not just the positions of the frescoes but their exact colours, the brushstroke textures, and even the composition of the pigments. If these frescoes fade further, and they will despite best conservation efforts, the digital record will preserve their current state for future study. One particularly clever aspect of the scanning project is its hierarchical approach. Rather than treating all structures equally, the team prioritized buildings based on condition and significance. Structures showing the most deterioration received immediate attention, while more stable buildings could wait. This triage approach ensures that the most at-risk information gets captured before it's lost. It's archaeological emergency medicine, essentially. Save the critical patients first, then move to the stable ones. The data storage requirements for this project are unsurprisingly astronomical. Each scan session generates gigabytes of raw data, and there are thousands of sessions. The complete digital record of Pompeii will likely exceed several petabytes when finished. That's millions of gigabytes for reference. Storing this data securely requires redundant backup systems, cloud storage solutions, and partnerships with major research institutions worldwide. The idea is that if any single storage location fails, copies exist elsewhere. After all, what's the point of creating a digital preservation if that digital preservation itself isn't preserved? It's backups all the way down. Once captured, the point cloud data gets processed into usable formats. Raw point clouds are scientifically accurate but visually overwhelming. Millions of dots don't immediately look like buildings to the human eye. So the data is converted into mesh models, where the points are connected by polygons to create solid surfaces. These meshes can then be textured with photographic information, colored to match reality, and optimized for different uses. Research-grade models maintain maximum detail for scholarly work. Lighter versions get created for educational applications where you don't need millimeter precision. Even lighter versions are made for virtual reality experiences accessible to the general public. The educational applications alone justify the enormous expense and effort. Imagine being a student in a history class and putting on a VR headset to actually walk through Pompeii. Not a video game approximation, but a scientifically accurate reconstruction based on centimetre-level scans of the actual ruins. You can explore the forum, enter homes, examine the very graffiti that ancient Pompeians scribbled on walls. Teachers can guide virtual tours, pointing out architectural features, explaining how spaces were used, and bringing ancient history to life in ways that textbooks never could. Students in rural areas with no museum access get the same experience as those in major cities. Students with mobility issues can navigate ancient streets that would be physically inaccessible. The democratization of access is genuinely revolutionary. Academic research benefits equally. Scholars studying Roman architecture no longer need to travel to Pompeii for every question. They can examine the digital model from their office in Tokyo, Buenos Aires, or wherever they happen to be. They can measure doorway widths, analyze roof construction, compare building techniques across different structures, all without setting foot on the ancient stones. Collaborative research becomes easier when everyone can access the same detailed virtual environment. Teams spread across continents can discuss findings while simultaneously examining the same virtual space, pointing out features and testing hypotheses in real time. The scanning project has already revealed surprises that centuries of traditional excavation missed. Digital analysis of the point clouds showed subtle architectural features hidden to casual observation: blocked doorways, traces of upper floors that had collapsed, evidence of repair work from the 62 AD earthquake that preceded the eruption. In one case, the scans revealed that what archaeologists had thought was a single large room was actually two smaller rooms, whose dividing wall had crumbled, leaving only traces visible in the 3D data. Small discoveries, perhaps, but they add up, gradually refining our understanding of how these buildings were actually configured and used. The technology has also helped with conservation planning. By scanning structures periodically, say every few years, and comparing the resulting models, conservators can identify exactly where deterioration is occurring and how fast. A wall leaning 0.5 millimeter more than it did 3 years ago. The scans catch it. Erosion on a mosaic floor progressing at a measurable rate. The data shows it. This quantitative approach to conservation replaces the old method of subjective assessment, where experts would look at something and declare it getting worse, without being able to say precisely how much worse or where exactly the problems were most severe. Climate change adds urgency to the entire endeavour. Southern Italy is experiencing more extreme weather events, heavier rains, stronger winds, more temperature fluctuations, all of which accelerate deterioration of exposed archaeological remains. The scanning project becomes a race against not just normal decay, but accelerated destruction from changing environmental conditions. What might have lasted another century under stable climate conditions might only last decades now. The imperative to capture everything digitally before it's lost becomes more pressing with each passing year. There's also the Vesuvius factor. The volcano hasn't stopped being a volcano just because humans decided to build cities around it. It's still active, still monitored, still capable of erupting. The likelihood of another catastrophic eruption in the near future is statistically low, but it's not zero. And even a minor eruption could damage exposed Pompeii. Having a complete digital record provides insurance against another volcanic event finishing what the first one started, burying or destroying whatever remains of the ancient city. The digital Pompeii exists in a way that can't be buried under ash or knocked down by pyroclastic flows. It's as close to immortality as an archaeological site can achieve. Public engagement with the scanning project has been enthusiastic. The prospect of exploring Pompeii virtually appeals to people who might never have the opportunity to visit physically. Tourism officials initially worried that virtual access might reduce actual visitation, but evidence suggests the opposite. Virtual tours create interest that drives people to want to see the real thing. The digital version whets appetites rather than satisfying them. People explore the virtual Pompeii and find themselves wanting to stand in the actual forum, to touch the actual stones, gently through allowed barriers, without damaging anything, please. The scanning project also serves as a template for other archaeological sites worldwide. If Pompeii can be digitally preserved, why not Petra? Why not Angkor Wat? Why not the thousands of other irreplaceable heritage sites facing threats from time, climate, and human activity? The techniques developed at Pompeii get refined and exported, creating a global movement toward digital archaeological preservation. It's a race against time that humanity might actually be able to win, at least partially, by ensuring that even if physical sites are lost, their digital ghosts remain for future generations to study and appreciate. The philosophical implications are interesting too if you're inclined towards such ponderings. When does a digital model become the real thing? If the physical Pompeii crumbles completely but the digital version persists, which one is the authentic Pompeii? For practical research purposes, the digital model might actually be superior. It doesn't change, it can be shared infinitely, it can be examined in ways the physical site can't. But there's something about standing in the actual place, breathing the air, feeling the Mediterranean sun, that no VR headset quite captures. The digital and physical versions complement rather than replace each other, each offering something the other can't. For now, the scanning continues. Teams work systematically through the excavated areas, building their digital twin of the ancient city one laser pulse at a time. New technologies continue to improve the process. Faster scanners, better software, increased storage capacity. What seemed impossibly ambitious when the project started now seems not only possible but inevitable. Pompeii will live on in digital form, accessible to anyone with an internet connection, preserved against future catastrophes, and available for research in perpetuity. The ancient Pompeians couldn't have imagined this outcome. Their city, destroyed in a day, becoming immortal through technologies they couldn't have conceived. It's poetic in a way. The disaster that ended their lives ensures their memory persists indefinitely. They achieved a kind of immortality, though probably not the kind they would have chosen. While laser scanners capture the big picture, entire buildings, city layouts, architectural features, archaeology at Pompeii has been equally transformed at the ground level by technologies that might seem mundane in comparison, but have revolutionized how day-to-day excavation work gets done. We're talking about tablets, cloud databases, mobile apps, and the general digitization of archaeological recording. If that sounds less exciting than laser scanning an entire ancient city, well, you might be underestimating how important good record-keeping is to archaeology, and how terrible the old systems were. Let's paint a picture of archaeological excavation before the digital revolution. An archaeologist working at Pompeii in, say, the 1990s or early 2000s would document their findings using paper forms, hand-drawn sketches, film photography, and handwritten field notebooks. Every artifact discovered had to be recorded by hand on standardized forms: what it was, where exactly it was found, what context surrounded it, what date it was excavated, who excavated it, and dozens of other pieces of information. These forms accumulated in folders, which accumulated in filing cabinets, which accumulated in storage rooms, which eventually had to be transported somewhere for permanent archiving. Finding information later meant physically searching through these paper records, and heaven help you if someone's handwriting was illegible or a form got misfiled. Sketching was another time-consuming necessity. Before each artifact was removed, its exact position had to be documented through scale drawings, showing where it lay relative to walls, floors, and other features. These drawings were done by hand, often in challenging conditions, Kneeling in dirt, dealing with shadows, trying to maintain accuracy while insects buzz around your head and the Italian sun beats down. A skilled archaeological illustrator could produce accurate drawings, but the process was slow and left room for human error. Photography added another layer. Film cameras required careful attention to lighting, exposure, and framing. Each shot had to count because you couldn't just snap 100 pictures and sort through them later. Film was expensive, processing took time, and you wouldn't know if your shot was properly exposed until the film came back from the developer. Photographers documented sites systematically, but knew they had to get it right the first time. All those photographs then needed to be catalogued, cross-referenced with field notes, and stored with their associated documentation. Now, if you wanted to research something from a past excavation, let's say you wanted to know what ceramics were found in a particular room of a particular house during excavations in 1987, you'd have to physically access the paper archives, find the relevant excavation season, locate the specific house records, hunt through forms for ceramic entries, and hope the documentation was complete enough to answer your question. This process could take hours or even days, and required being physically present at the archive location. Collaborative research was difficult. Sharing findings meant making photocopies or writing detailed letters summarizing what you'd found. Then digital technology arrived and everything changed. The transformation began gradually. First came digital cameras replacing film, which alone was revolutionary. Suddenly, archaeologists could take hundreds of photographs daily, review them immediately, reshoot if necessary, and store them digitally. No more waiting for film development, no more rationing shots. Documentation became more thorough simply because the cost of being thorough dropped to essentially zero. Next came laptop computers in the field, allowing data entry directly into databases rather than onto paper forms. This eliminated the tedious process of later transcribing handwritten records into digital formats, which was both time-consuming and error-prone. Type the information once, in the field, and it's immediately in the database. Backup copies could be made instantly. Searching became possible through database queries rather than manual file searching. But the real revolution came when rugged tablets and reliable mobile internet made it possible to access comprehensive databases directly at the excavation site. This is where archaeology at Pompeii truly entered the modern age, and the impact cannot be overstated. Picture a modern excavation at Pompeii today. An archaeologist uncovers what appears to be a bronze oil lamp in the corner of a room. Before even removing it from its position, they pull out their tablet, a ruggedized device designed to handle dust, heat, and the occasional drops that fieldwork inevitably involves. They photograph the lamp in situ using the tablet's camera, and the software automatically geotags the image with GPS coordinates and timestamps it. They open the project database app and enter information about the find, object type, material, condition, exact location using the site's coordinate grid system. The database suggests standard terminology, ensuring consistency across all records. The archaeologist can see that this room has yielded similar lamps in past excavations, that bronze lamps of this style typically date to a certain period, and that other examples are currently in the Naples Archaeological Museum. All of this happens in minutes, at the excavation site, while the archaeologist is still kneeling beside the find. The information immediately syncs to cloud storage, where it becomes accessible to other team members, researchers worldwide, and the project's permanent archive. No paper forms to fill out later. No sketches to redraw. No films to develop. No files to organize. The documentation is done, backed up, and searchable before the archaeologist even stands up. The efficiency gains are staggering. Tasks that once took hours now take minutes. What required multiple specialists, an excavator, an illustrator, a photographer, a data entry person, can now be handled by a single trained archaeologist with the right digital tools. This doesn't eliminate jobs so much as change them, allowing archaeologists to spend more time on actual analysis and interpretation rather than paperwork. But efficiency is just the beginning. The real power comes from connectivity, the ability to access vast amounts of information instantly while still in the field. That bronze lamp our archaeologists discovered? They can immediately compare it to similar finds from Pompeii, from Herculaneum, from sites across the Roman world. They can access scholarly articles discussing the typology of Roman lighting devices. They can pull up historical photographs showing how such lamps were used. They can check conservation reports on how similar bronzes should be handled, all from their tablet, kneeling in the dirt next to their discovery. This instant access fundamentally changes how archaeological interpretation happens. In the pre-digital era, interpretation was largely retrospective, You'd excavate, document everything, return from the field, compile your data, and then sit in your office trying to make sense of what you'd found. Questions that arose during analysis couldn't easily be answered without returning to the site or searching through physical archives. The process was linear and time-consuming. Modern digital archaeology allows interpretive questions to be explored in real time. As patterns emerge during excavation, archaeologists can immediately test hypotheses against existing data. Is this room configuration typical for Pompeian homes of this size? Check the database. Here are floor plans of 50 comparable homes. Does this artifact type appear more frequently in wealthy or modest neighborhoods? Query the distribution data. Here are maps showing find locations across the city. These questions get answered in minutes rather than months, allowing excavation strategies to adapt based on emerging interpretations. The cloud-based systems also enable unprecedented collaboration. Multiple archaeologists working different parts of Pompeii can share findings in real time. Someone excavating in the commercial district discovers a particular type of amphora handle. Their colleagues in the residential area can check whether they've found similar handles, compare notes, discuss interpretations, all while standing at their respective sites. Gone are the days when researchers working the same site might not share findings until the end-of-season conference. Knowledge spreads instantaneously. International collaboration benefits equally. A specialist in Roman ceramics working at a university in Germany can examine photographs and data from Pompeii excavations the same day they're recorded. They can provide expert identification and interpretation without travelling to Italy. A conservator in Japan can advise on treatment of a fragile fresco based on digital documentation sent seconds after discovery. The geographic barriers that once limited collaboration have essentially evaporated. The databases themselves have grown sophisticated. Early digital archaeological databases were essentially electronic versions of paper forms, structured data fields containing descriptive text. Modern systems incorporate spatial data, 3D models, photogrammetric documentation, and integration with the larger scanning projects we discussed earlier. An entry for a specific artifact doesn't just include descriptive information, it includes exact coordinates that can be plotted on the city's digital model, photographs viewable from multiple angles, and links to related finds throughout the site. Standardized terminology has improved data quality considerably. When archaeologists described artifacts using free-form text, inconsistencies inevitably crept in. One person's small ceramic vessel was another's cup-shaped pottery piece. Searching databases for specific item types meant accounting for dozens of variant descriptions. Modern systems use controlled vocabularies, predetermined terms that everyone must use, ensuring that when you search for ceramic lamp, you find all ceramic lamps, not just the ones that happen to be described using those exact words. It sounds minor, but for large data sets, standardized terminology is the difference between usable and unusable archives. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are beginning to influence archaeological data analysis as well. Pattern recognition algorithms can scan thousands of artifact images, identifying similarities that human eyes might miss. They can detect subtle stylistic variations that suggest different production workshops or time periods. They can analyze spatial distributions and suggest relationships between find locations. These AI systems don't replace human expertise. They're tools that help experts notice things they might otherwise overlook. An archaeologist might not think to compare a particular ceramic fragment to examples from a distant region, but an AI trained on global ceramic databases might recognize the connection immediately. The tablets themselves have evolved to meet archaeological needs. Standard consumer tablets work reasonably well, but specialized archaeological apps optimize the workflow. Some systems incorporate augmented reality, allowing archaeologists to overlay historical information directly on their view of the site. Point your tablet at a partially excavated wall, and the app shows you reconstructions of how it might have looked originally, based on surviving evidence and comparative architecture. It's like having a time machine viewer, except one grounded in archaeological evidence rather than speculation. Battery life improvements matter more than you might think. Early tablets died after a few hours of intensive use, problematic when you're in the middle of documenting a critical find. Modern devices with solar charging options and long-life batteries can operate all day in field conditions. Ruggedization protects against the dust, heat, and occasional rain that fieldwork entails. Glare-resistant screens remain readable in bright Italian sunlight. These practical improvements might not sound glamorous, but they're essential for technology to actually work in real archaeological conditions, rather than just air-conditioned offices. Data security has become a consideration too. Archaeological information from Pompeii is scientifically valuable, and while it's probably not attracting international hackers, proper security protocols protect against data loss. Cloud backups occur automatically. Encryption protects sensitive information. Access controls ensure that only authorized team members can modify records. The archaeological community learned hard lessons from early digitization efforts that lost data to hardware failures, software incompatibilities, or poor backup practices. Modern systems build redundancy into every level. Training has adapted as well. Archaeological education now includes digital literacy alongside traditional skills. Students learn database management, digital photography techniques, 3D modeling software, and statistical analysis alongside ceramic typology and stratigraphic interpretation. The archaeologist of today needs to be as comfortable with a tablet as with a trowel. Some programs now require demonstrated competency with field recording apps before students can participate in excavations. For Pompeii specifically, all this digital infrastructure means that every excavation season adds to an increasingly comprehensive digital record. Future researchers will have access to documentation of an extraordinary quality. They'll be able to examine not just what was found, but how it was found, the precise context, the associated materials, the soil conditions. Questions we can't even formulate today might be answerable using data being recorded right now, documented with a thoroughness previous generations could only dream about. The old paper records haven't been abandoned entirely. Pompeii has centuries of documentation in physical form, and major efforts are underway to digitize these historical archives. Paper forms from the 1800s, photographs from the early 1900s, field notebooks from the mid-20th century, all are being scanned, transcribed, and incorporated into the digital databases. This retrospective digitization is painstaking work, but it allows modern researchers to search and cross-reference historical excavations alongside contemporary ones. The entire archaeological history of Pompeii becomes queryable, a unified record spanning nearly 3 centuries of investigation. Public access to this information has expanded too. While some data remains restricted for security reasons, detailed locations of unexcavated treasures probably shouldn't be publicly available. For obvious theft prevention reasons, much information gets shared openly. Amateur historians, students, curious members of the public can access portions of Pompeii's archaeological databases, exploring findings and contributing to understanding in ways that were impossible when records lived only in restricted archives. Citizen science projects invite volunteers to help transcribe historical records, identify artifacts in photographs, or contribute other forms of expertise. The archaeology of Pompeii has become, in many ways, a collaborative global effort. The transformation wrought by tablets and cloud technology represents archaeology adapting to the 21st century. It's less visually spectacular than laser scanning entire buildings, but arguably more fundamental to how archaeological work actually gets done. Every artifact documented, every context recorded, every interpretation tested, these daily activities accumulate into the comprehensive understanding that makes Pompeii such a rich source of knowledge about the ancient world. And all of it now happens digitally, instantly, collaboratively, with redundancy and searchability that archaeologists from even 20 years ago would find almost magical. The technology will continue evolving, faster processors, better software, new analytical tools, but the fundamental shift has already occurred. Archaeology has entered the digital age, and Pompeii, that ancient city destroyed by volcanic fury, finds itself at the forefront of archaeological innovation. There's a certain poetry to that. The past preserved by the present's most advanced technologies, ensuring that Pompeii will remain knowable, studiable, and significant for as long as humans remain interested in their own history. Which is to say, probably forever. Some obsessions never die, even when cities do. So we've been diving deep into the high-tech world of laser scanners, CT machines, and cloud databases. The kind of technology that makes you feel like you're living in the future, even while studying the distant past. But here's something beautiful about archaeology. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come not from million-dollar equipment, but from someone simply paying very close attention to something everyone else walked right past. Literally walked past in this case, because what we're about to discuss has been right under people's feet for centuries. The streets of Pompeii. We've mentioned them before, those stone-paved thoroughfares with their raised sidewalks and strategically placed stepping stones. Tourists shuffle along them by the millions, staying on the sidewalks, occasionally hopping across the stepping stones, taking their photographs and moving on to the next attraction. They're looking at frescoes, at temples, at houses, at all the spectacular preserved features that make Pompeii famous. They're not looking down at the actual street surface. And why would they? It's just stone pavement, worn and weathered, certainly ancient but not obviously exciting. Except it is exciting. Incredibly exciting. Because embedded in those stones, worn into them over decades of use before the eruption, are grooves, ruts carved by the iron-rimmed wheels of Roman carts that travelled these streets day after day. And these ruts, it turns out, contain an entire story about how Pompeii organised its traffic flow. A story that went unread for centuries until someone finally decided to look carefully and think systematically about what those grooves meant. That someone was Professor Marcus Kellerman, an archaeologist specialising in Roman urban infrastructure who became rather obsessed with Pompeii's streets in the early 2010s. Kellerman wasn't your typical ancient historian focused on emperors and battles. He was interested in the mundane machinery of daily life, how cities actually functioned, how people moved through space, how urban planning solved practical problems. And Pompeii, with its remarkably preserved street network, offered an unprecedented opportunity to study these questions. Kellerman's initial interest was almost accidental. He was visiting Pompeii for a conference doing the standard tourist circuit when he noticed the wheel ruts in one of the major streets. Of course he noticed them. Everyone notices them, they're quite prominent. But Kellerman, being Kellerman, started thinking about them in ways most visitors don't. The ruts weren't uniform, he realised. In some streets they were deep, clearly carved by heavy repeated traffic. In others they were shallow or non-existent. In some places the ruts showed clear directionality, worn more on one side than the other. These weren't random patterns. They were evidence of organised traffic flow frozen in stone. Most people would note this observation and move on. Kellerman couldn't let it go. He started photographing the ruts systematically, measuring their depths, noting their positions relative to the street centre lines and curbs. His conference colleagues thought he'd lost his mind. There he was, crouching in streets with a tape measure while everyone else discussed pottery typologies. But Kellerman saw something no one else had properly noticed, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Back at his university, Kellerman applied for research funding to study Pompeii's street network comprehensively. The grant application probably raised some eyebrows. You want money to study? Wheel ruts? In streets? That people have been walking on for 200 years? But Kellerman's proposal was compelling, arguing that these ruts represented an untapped data source about Roman urban organisation. He got his funding, assembled a small team, and returned to Pompeii with a methodological plan that would eventually revolutionise our understanding of ancient traffic management. The methodology was elegantly simple. First, the team would document every wheel rut in the excavated portions of Pompeii. Every single one. They divided the city into a grid and systematically photographed, measured and mapped every groove in every street. This took months of painstaking work, crouching on ancient pavements with rulers and cameras, enduring the quizzical looks of tourists who couldn't understand why these people were so interested in the ground. The measurements were precise. At each location, the team recorded the depth of the ruts, indicating volume of traffic, their width corresponding to standard axle gauges, their position within the street, centre, offset left, offset right, and crucially, their wear patterns, which side showed more erosion, indicating direction of travel. They also noted the street's width, whether it had sidewalks, how many stepping stones crossed it, and what intersections it connected to. What emerged from this data collection was stunning. The wheel ruts weren't just random evidence of cart traffic. They revealed a comprehensive traffic management system, complete with one-way streets, designated routes for heavy vehicles, and apparent traffic regulations that wouldn't look entirely out of place in a modern city. Pompeii, it turned out, had invented traffic rules nearly 2 millennia before the automobile. Let's break down what Kellerman's team discovered. First, the one-way streets. By analysing wear patterns on the ruts, they could determine which direction carts had travelled. The outer edge of a wheel rut wears differently depending on whether the cart is turning into or out of that street, and the accumulation of these patterns over years creates distinct signatures. Some streets showed clear evidence of traffic flowing in only one direction, all the wear patterns consistent, no contradictory evidence of reverse travel. The pattern wasn't random. When Kellerman mapped which streets were one-way and which allowed bidirectional traffic, a logical system emerged. Major arteries, the wide main streets running through the city, generally allowed two-way traffic with enough width for carts to pass each other. Narrower side streets, however, often showed one-way patterns, apparently designated for traffic flow in specific directions only. Even more fascinating was how these one-way streets connected. They formed circuits, routes through the city where a cart could travel in a continuous loop without needing to reverse or maneuver in tight spaces. A vehicle could enter the city from one gate, follow a series of one-way streets through commercial or residential districts, complete their deliveries or business, and exit without ever having to navigate against traffic. It was urban planning of remarkable sophistication. The parallels to modern Manhattan became irresistible, and Kellerman's team made the comparison explicit. Manhattan's one-way street system, implemented in the 20th century to manage automobile traffic in a grid city with limited street widths, operates on similar principles. Northbound traffic on one avenue, southbound on the next. Cross streets alternating directions. The goal? Maximize traffic flow efficiency by eliminating the delays caused by bidirectional traffic on streets too narrow for easy passing. Pompeii faced analogous challenges. Roman carts weren't small. A standard freight cart had an axle width of about 1.4 meters, nearly 5 feet, and when you added the width of the wheels themselves and any projecting cargo, a single cart could easily occupy most of a narrow street. Two such carts attempting to pass in a restricted side street would create gridlock. That lovely modern term that Pompeians probably didn't have a word for but certainly experienced the frustration of. The one-way system elegantly solved this problem. By designating traffic directions on narrow streets, Pompeii's city planners eliminated the passing problem entirely. Carts all moving the same direction could follow each other single file without interruption. Deliveries could be made efficiently. Commercial districts remained accessible without becoming congested nightmares. But wait, there's more. Kellerman's team discovered evidence of designated delivery routes, specific paths through the city that heavy freight traffic was apparently required to follow. The deepest ruts, indicating the heaviest and most frequent traffic, concentrated on certain streets while avoiding others. Residential areas showed minimal heavy cart traffic, with ruts that were shallow and consistent with occasional use, rather than constant commercial delivery. This suggests that Pompeii implemented what we might call zoning-based traffic regulations. Heavy commercial vehicles were restricted to certain routes, keeping them out of quiet residential streets where their noise and congestion would have disturbed homeowners. Again, this mirrors modern practices. Think of truck routes designated in cities today, or residential streets where commercial vehicle access is limited. The stepping stones provided additional clues. These famous features, large blocks placed in the street at regular intervals to allow pedestrians to cross without wading through the muck, were positioned with precise gaps between them. The gaps corresponded exactly to standard cart axle widths, allowing vehicles to pass through while giving pedestrians their crossing points. This wasn't coincidental arrangement. Someone had calculated the distances carefully, balancing pedestrian needs with vehicle access. Kellerman noticed that stepping stone configurations varied by street type. Major thoroughfares had multiple rows of stepping stones, allowing pedestrians to cross even wide streets. These streets also had the most prominent ruts, indicating high traffic volume. Side streets often had single rows of stones or none at all, corresponding with their lighter traffic patterns. The infrastructure was calibrated to each street's intended use. Time of day regulations appear to have existed as well, though these are harder to prove archaeologically. Roman sources mention that many cities, including Rome itself, restricted wheeled traffic during daylight hours, forcing commercial deliveries to happen at night. Whether Pompeii followed similar rules isn't definitively established, but the infrastructure suggests some form of time-based management. The narrow streets would have become impassable if filled with both pedestrians, during business hours, and carts simultaneously. Separating these uses temporally makes logical sense. Imagine then a typical day in Pompeii's traffic pattern. Dawn breaks, and before the sun fully rises, carts are rumbling through the streets making their night deliveries. Warehouses near the city gates receive grain shipments. Bakeries get their flour. Wine shops receive amphorae from countryside vineyards. This commercial activity happens while most citizens sleep, the thundering cartwheels providing a pre-alarm clock wake-up service whether wanted or not. As daylight strengthens and people begin their daily activities, the carts disappear. Streets fill with pedestrians, shoppers heading to the forum, workers going to their jobs, children on their way to lessons with tutors. The stepping stones serve their purpose, allowing crossing over the residue left by night traffic, because those streets definitely weren't cleaned between cart traffic and pedestrian use. Sanitation was, shall we say, a work in progress in the ancient world. Throughout the day, only specific carts would be allowed. Emergency vehicles, if such a concept existed, perhaps carts belonging to the wealthy elite with special permits, or vehicles performing essential city functions. The average commercial cart waited until evening, when the cycle repeated. This temporal separation meant that streets could serve dual purposes without complete chaos. Vehicle arteries by night, pedestrian promenades by day. The enforcement mechanisms remain mysterious. Pompeii had city magistrates responsible for various administrative functions, and some of these officials probably dealt with traffic matters. Inscriptions mention titles that roughly translate to road commissioners or street overseers, officials whose duties included maintaining infrastructure and presumably enforcing related regulations. But we don't have specific evidence of traffic citations or penalties for violating one-way designations. Either enforcement was informal, community pressure and social norms keeping people in line, or whatever records existed didn't survive the eruption. Kellerman's team also examined how the traffic system adapted to Pompeii's topography. The city isn't perfectly flat. It slopes slightly toward the sea, with certain districts sitting higher than others. Heavy carts, which were difficult to maneuver on inclines, were apparently routed along flatter paths wherever possible. Streets with steep grades showed lighter traffic patterns, suggesting that loaded carts avoided them. The one-way designations factored in topography, generally directing downhill traffic along streets where loaded carts could leverage gravity, and uphill routes along streets where the grade was more manageable. Water management influenced traffic patterns too. Pompeii's streets served as drainage channels during rain, with the centre lower than the edges to facilitate water flow toward collection points. Heavy cart traffic on wet streets would have been particularly problematic, wheels carving through muddy residue, splashing pedestrians, creating larger ruts that then held more water. The traffic management system appears to have accounted for drainage needs, with certain routes designed to minimize disruption to water flow patterns. The research received significant attention when published. Here was evidence of sophisticated urban planning in a society often romanticized or oversimplified. Romans weren't just building impressive temples and aqueducts, they were solving mundane logistical problems with remarkable ingenuity. Traffic management, that bane of modern urban existence, had ancient precedents that anticipated solutions we consider modern innovations. News outlets loved the Manhattan comparison. Headlines proclaimed, "Ancient Pompeii had one-way streets like modern Manhattan," and "Roman traffic rules reveal sophisticated urban planning." The accessible nature of the discovery, everyone understands traffic frustration, made it relatable in ways that pottery typologies or temple architecture couldn't match. People could connect their daily commute struggles to ancient Romans dealing with cart congestion, and suddenly the past felt less foreign. Kellerman himself became something of a minor celebrity in archaeological circles. The guy who studied wheel ruts and discovered an entire traffic management system. Interviews followed, conference invitations multiplied, and graduate students suddenly wanted to study Roman urban infrastructure. His initial hunch that those grooves in the street meant something systematic had paid off spectacularly. The discovery also prompted reassessment of other Roman cities. If Pompeii had organized traffic flow, probably other Roman urban centers did too. Researchers began examining street remains at Ostia, Herculaneum, and other preserved Roman cities, looking for similar patterns. Early evidence suggests that one-way systems weren't unique to Pompeii. They appear to have been standard Roman urban planning practice. Pompeii's remarkable preservation simply made the evidence more visible and readable. For Pompeii specifically, the traffic research added another dimension to the city's daily life reconstruction. Walking through the streets today, visitors can now understand that they're not just on any random path. They're on roads that were once carefully designated for specific traffic flows. That narrow side street wasn't accidentally narrow. It was designed for single-direction traffic. Those stepping stones aren't randomly placed obstacles. They're precisely positioned infrastructure balancing pedestrian and vehicle needs. The research continues to yield insights. Kellerman's team has examined how the traffic system connected with commercial districts, showing that heavy freight routes led directly to warehouse areas while avoiding residential zones. They've studied how the system adapted over time, as where patterns show modifications suggesting periodic reassessment and adjustment of traffic designations. They've even found evidence suggesting that after the 62 AD earthquake, some traffic patterns changed as the city reorganized around damaged infrastructure. One particularly intriguing finding involves the amphitheatre district. The massive entertainment venue could hold 20,000 spectators, and on game days, that district would have experienced tremendous pedestrian traffic. Crowds arriving and departing, vendors setting up, performers preparing. The wheel rut evidence shows that normal commercial traffic was routed around this area, suggesting that on event days, and perhaps permanently, heavy vehicles avoided the amphitheatre district. This is exactly what modern cities do, redirecting traffic around stadiums and concert venues during events. The Forum presented similar traffic planning challenges. As the city's commercial and civic heart, the Forum needed to remain accessible while also being pedestrian-friendly for the crowds who gathered there daily. The evidence shows that wheeled traffic was restricted from entering the Forum itself. No ruts pierced the paved open space, while surrounding streets carried the commercial traffic that supplied Forum businesses. Goods arrived at Forum edges and were carried in by hand, preserving the central space for pedestrian use. This pedestrianization of the Forum anticipates modern urban design trends by 2 millennia. Cities today deliberately create pedestrian zones in commercial districts, recognizing that foot traffic benefits from separation from vehicles. Pompeii did this intuitively, understanding that their Forum functioned best without cart traffic, interrupting crowds of shoppers and citizens conducting business. The research also revealed social stratification in traffic access. Wealthy neighborhoods showed evidence of larger cart access, wider streets, more carefully maintained pavements, and rut patterns suggesting private vehicle use rather than commercial traffic. The rich, it seems, had better roads. Poorer districts had narrower streets with more utilitarian traffic patterns, focused on commercial delivery rather than private transportation. This mirrors modern cities where wealthy neighborhoods often have better infrastructure, wider streets, and more traffic management resources. For modern urban planners, the Pompeii traffic research offers historical validation of certain principles. The challenges of managing vehicle traffic in dense urban environments aren't new problems requiring new solutions. They're ancient challenges that humans have been solving with similar approaches for millennia. One-way systems work. Designated commercial routes work. Time-based restrictions work. Separating pedestrian and vehicle space works. Pompeii proves that these solutions aren't arbitrary modern inventions but logical responses to universal urban challenges. The research also provides cautionary tales. Even sophisticated traffic systems couldn't prevent all problems. Wear patterns show areas where illegal or improper traffic apparently occurred. Carts travelling wrong ways, heavy vehicles on restricted streets. Human nature hasn't changed much. People violated traffic rules 2,000 years ago just as they do today. The system worked generally, but enforcement was imperfect, and some individuals prioritized convenience over regulation. Archaeologically, the wheel rut research demonstrates the value of studying mundane features that often get overlooked. The glamorous finds, frescoes, mosaics, jewelry, attract attention, but the everyday infrastructure tells equally important stories. Streets, drains, utility conduits, these unglamorous features reveal how cities actually functioned, providing insights into daily life that artistic treasures can't match. Kellerman's work reminds archaeologists to look down occasionally, to study the pavements and the ruts, because sometimes the ground holds secrets more revealing than the walls. For visitors to Pompeii today, the traffic research adds another layer of appreciation. Those streets aren't just paths between attractions, they're evidence of sophisticated planning, of city officials wrestling with logistics, of ancient urban life with all its complexity. The ruts become historical documents, readable to those who know how. The stepping stones become engineering solutions, precisely calculated. The narrow side streets become intentional design choices, not accidents of ancient construction. Next time you walk Pompeii's streets, whether physically or through digital reconstructions, notice the ruts. See how they align, how deep they're carved, which direction they suggest travel. You're seeing evidence of ancient traffic regulations frozen in stone by volcanic destruction. 2,000 years later, we're still solving the same problems they solved, still trying to move people and goods efficiently through congested urban spaces. The carts have become cars, the streets have become highways, but the fundamental challenge remains unchanged. Pompeii's traffic system, revealed through patient observation and systematic analysis of wheel ruts, stands as testament to Roman ingenuity and to the universality of urban challenges. Whether you're a Roman magistrate trying to manage cart traffic in 79 AD or a modern city planner dealing with automobile congestion in 2024, the problems echo across time. And apparently, so do the solutions. Some things, it seems, are eternal, including traffic jams and the human compulsion to regulate them. Who knew wheel ruts could be so fascinating? Marcus Kellerman did, and he was right. So we've wandered through Pompeii's streets, studied its traffic patterns, and examined the technology preserving its memory. But if we're being honest about what ancient Pompeians themselves considered the highlight of their civic life, we need to talk about entertainment, specifically the kind of entertainment that involved armed combat, wild animals, and the collective bloodlust of 20,000 screaming spectators. Welcome to the Pompeian amphitheatre, where the Romans perfected the art of turning violence into sport and social bonding into spectacle. The amphitheatre of Pompeii holds a rather impressive distinction. It's the oldest surviving stone amphitheatre in Italy, predating even the famous Colosseum in Rome by about a century. Built around 70 BC, it was funded by two wealthy magistrates, Gaius Quinctius Valgus and Marcus Porcius, who clearly understood that the fastest way to win public favour was to give people somewhere to watch other people fight. Politics hasn't changed as much as we'd like to think. The structure itself is genuinely remarkable. Carved partially into the natural terrain on the eastern edge of the city, the amphitheatre could seat approximately 20,000 spectators, nearly twice the permanent population of Pompeii itself. This tells you something important about the amphitheatre's regional significance. This wasn't just Pompeii's arena, it was the entertainment destination for the entire surrounding area. People travelled from neighbouring towns, from countryside estates, from anywhere within reasonable distance to attend the games. It was the equivalent of a major league stadium today, drawing crowds from far beyond its immediate community. The architecture maximised efficiency in crowd management, something Romans excelled at. Multiple entrance tunnels, called vomitoria, a word that means exactly what you think it means because crowds vomited out of these passages, allowed spectators to enter and exit quickly. After a big event, 20,000 people could evacuate the building in under 15 minutes, a feat that modern stadium designers still study. The seating was arranged in tiered sections, rising steeply from the arena floor to provide clear sight lines from every position. No column obstructions, no bad seats. Well, no bad seats in terms of viewing, though some were certainly better than others in terms of prestige. And prestige brings us to one of the amphitheatre's most fascinating features, the rigid social hierarchy encoded in its seating arrangements. Roman society was nothing if not stratified, and nowhere was this stratification more visually apparent than in the amphitheatre. Your seat location announced to everyone present exactly where you stood in the social pecking order, and the Romans were absolutely fine with this. In fact, they preferred it. Knowing your place, and having everyone else know it too, was considered proper civic order. The best seats, those closest to the action, with unobstructed views and actual cushioned seating rather than bare stone, were reserved for the local elite. Municipal magistrates, wealthy merchants, priests and visiting dignitaries occupied this section, called the Ima Cavea, the lower seating area, closest to the ground. These weren't just good seats. They were status symbols, visible advertisements of one's importance. Sitting in the Ima Cavea meant you'd made it in Pompeian society. It also meant you had the best view of the blood and gore, which was apparently a perk rather than a deterrent. Behind the elite sat the middle class, free citizens with respectable occupations but not excessive wealth. Merchants, craftsmen, shop owners, and other productive members of society occupied the media cavea, middle seating. These seats were still decent, offering reasonable views and the satisfaction of knowing you weren't in the back. The stone benches were hard and unpadded, but that was standard for public seating in the ancient world. Comfort was not a Roman priority unless you were wealthy enough to bring your own cushion, which some people did. The back rows, highest up and furthest from the action, were reserved for the lowest social classes: freedmen, former slaves, women. Yes, women sat in the back regardless of wealth, because Roman patriarchy had very specific ideas about gender and public space, and slaves who had been granted permission to attend. These spectators had the worst views, the longest climbs to reach their seats, and the least comfort. But they were there, participating in the communal experience even from the margins. The amphitheatre was inclusive in terms of attendance, if not in terms of treatment. Special sections existed for specific groups. One area was apparently designated for soldiers. Whenever military units were stationed in or near Pompeii, they got their own reserved seating. Another section was reserved for unmarried young men, a demographic that Roman authorities liked to keep somewhat contained and monitored. Separated seating made it easier to maintain order and probably reduced the amount of interclass mingling that might challenge social boundaries. The social hierarchy extended beyond mere seating position. What you wore to the amphitheatre mattered. Roman citizens were expected to wear their togas, those heavy impractical garments we discussed earlier, as a mark of civic pride. Showing up to the games in a simple tunic was considered disrespectful, though plenty of people probably did it anyway and suffered the social judgment of their neighbours. The elite wore their finest togas, sometimes bordered with purple to indicate wealth and status. Women, from their back row positions, wore their best stolas and jewellery. Even if you couldn't afford much, you dressed up for the games. It was a social event as much as an entertainment one. But enough about the audience. Let's talk about the actual entertainment, because that's what brought 20,000 people to one place with such regularity. The games at Pompeii, like elsewhere in the Roman world, consisted of several types of spectacles, typically spread across a full day's programming. The morning often featured venations, animal hunts, where exotic beasts were released into the arena and hunted by trained fighters called venatores. These animals came from across the Roman Empire: lions from Africa, bears from Germania, bulls from local regions, even elephants on special occasions. The logistics of transporting and housing these animals before events must have been nightmarish, but Romans valued spectacle over convenience. The animal hunts served multiple purposes beyond mere entertainment. They demonstrated Rome's power over nature, these savage beasts from foreign lands conquered and displayed for public amusement. They showed imperial reach. Only a global empire could bring such diverse creatures to a provincial amphitheatre. And they provided genuine excitement, as the hunts involved real danger for both animals and hunters. Deaths occurred, adding that edge of genuine peril that audiences craved. Midday typically brought the least glamorous but perhaps most brutal component: public executions. Criminals condemned to death were dispatched in the arena, sometimes in theatrical presentations, crucifixions staged as mythological reenactments, for instance, where a condemned person played Prometheus, having his liver eaten daily. The Romans didn't see this as cruel so much as efficient. You needed to execute criminals anyway, so why not make it educational entertainment for the masses? The moral logic doesn't quite hold up by modern standards, unsurprisingly, but Romans saw justice and spectacle as complementary rather than contradictory. The afternoon featured the main event: gladiatorial combat. This is what people really came for, what generated the most excitement, and what we'll focus on because, frankly, it's the most fascinating aspect of Roman entertainment culture. Gladiators in Pompeii were housed in a dedicated compound near the amphitheatre, the Ludus Gladiatorius, where they lived, trained, and prepared for combat. We know from archaeological evidence that this was a reasonably well-maintained facility. Gladiators, despite their low social status, most were slaves or condemned criminals, received good food, medical care, and extensive training. They were valuable investments, and their owners wanted to protect those investments. Think of them as professional athletes with fewer endorsement deals and considerably higher workplace mortality rates. The gladiatorial training was remarkably sophisticated. Different fighting styles required different skills, and gladiators specialized in specific combat types. The Murmillo carried a large rectangular shield and a short sword, fighting in heavy armor that provided protection but limited mobility. The Thraex used a curved sword and small shield, emphasizing speed and technique over defensive capability. The Retiarius fought with a net and trident, almost entirely unarmored, relying on agility and distance to survive. Each style had traditional opponents. The Retiarius typically faced the Secutor, for instance, and matches were arranged to provide entertaining contrasts. Training happened daily, with wooden practice weapons that mimicked the weight and balance of real arms. Trainers, often retired gladiators themselves, drilled fighters in footwork, timing, and combat techniques. The goal wasn't just winning, it was winning entertainingly. A gladiator who killed his opponent quickly and efficiently might be effective, but he wasn't giving the audience their money's worth. The best gladiators knew how to put on a show, extending matches, demonstrating technical skill, building dramatic tension before the eventual conclusion. They were performers as much as fighters, athletes whose sport happened to involve genuine mortal danger. The economics of gladiatorial combat were complex. Wealthy individuals or municipalities sponsored games as a form of public benefaction. Putting on games was expensive. You needed to rent or buy gladiators, acquire animals for hunts, maintain the amphitheatre, feed the crowds. Yes, sponsors sometimes provided free food and wine. But the social and political returns were enormous. A successful games sponsor earned public gratitude, political support, and lasting reputation. Electoral graffiti in Pompeii specifically mentions candidates' past sponsorship of games as a qualification for office. Vote for Marcus Verus. He gave us excellent games last year, ran the implicit argument. Gladiators themselves could earn substantial rewards. Successful fighters received prize money after victories, sometimes becoming wealthy despite their enslaved status. They could earn their freedom through particularly impressive careers. Some gladiators, after gaining freedom, chose to continue fighting voluntarily because the financial rewards and public adulation were addictive. They were celebrities in the truest sense, recognized on streets, desired by women and men, Roman sexuality being rather fluid, celebrated in graffiti and commemorative objects. Pompeii's walls are covered with references to popular gladiators. Celadus makes the girls sigh, Crescens the Retiarius, master of the net, Serpentius the Thraex, 11 victories. This graffiti provides invaluable insight into gladiatorial celebrity culture. Pompeians didn't just watch gladiators, they obsessed over them. They knew fighters' names, fighting styles, win-loss records, and personal characteristics. They compared favourites, debated which fighting style was superior, and cheered for specific individuals. It's remarkably similar to modern sports fandom, complete with heated arguments about who was the greatest of all time. We have examples of gladiatorial graffiti that record not just victories but specific matches, who fought whom, what the outcome was, how many wounds were inflicted. These are essentially ancient sports statistics, recorded by fans who cared deeply about the details. Women's attraction to gladiators appears frequently in the graffiti and literature. Celadus the Thraex makes the girls swoon, proclaims one inscription, with apparent pride. Another describes a specific gladiator as the delight of girls. Some scholars interpret this as evidence of gladiators' sexual appeal cutting across social boundaries. These low-status fighters were desirable to women of all classes, creating a kind of transgressive attraction that threatened social norms while simultaneously being celebrated in popular culture. Sound familiar? Celebrity athletes attracting admirers regardless of background is hardly a modern invention. The matches themselves followed certain protocols. Before combat began, both gladiators paraded around the arena, displaying their weapons and armor to the crowd. This allowed spectators to assess the match, make predictions, and place bets. Yes, gambling on gladiatorial matches was rampant and technically illegal, but completely tolerated. The referee oversaw the match, ensuring rules were followed and stepping in if necessary. Yes, there were rules. Gladiatorial combat wasn't pure chaos. It was regulated violence with conventions both fighters understood. When combat commenced, the arena became a theatre of controlled danger. Fighters circled each other, testing defences, looking for openings. The crowd roared encouragement, shouting advice and insults in equal measure. Blood was drawn, surface wounds that looked dramatic without being immediately fatal. The fighters displayed their training, using techniques that demonstrated skill rather than mere aggression. A Mamilo's shield work, a Retiarius's net throws, a Threx's quick blade work. These technical displays were appreciated by knowledgeable audiences who understood what they were seeing. Matches ended in one of several ways. Most commonly, one fighter was wounded seriously enough that he could no longer continue effectively. At this point, he could appeal for mercy by raising a finger, not the middle one. That gesture meant something different to Romans. The victorious gladiator would pause and the crowd would weigh in. Had the loser fought bravely? Had he shown courage despite losing? If so, the crowd might shout for mercy, "Mitte! Mitte! Let him go!" The game's sponsor, sitting in his prestigious seat, would make the final decision, usually following the crowd's sentiment. Mercy was granted more often than Hollywood suggests, primarily because gladiators were expensive and killing every loser was economically wasteful. If the crowd demanded death, jugula, kill him, or if the sponsor decided the loser had fought dishonorably, the coup de grace would be administered. The loser knelt and exposed his neck, accepting death with proper dignity. The victor's sword would end it quickly. This ritual death was considered honorable, the gladiator proving his worth by accepting fate bravely. It's a strange moral framework, celebrating murder as honor, but within Roman cultural logic it made sense. Death was preferable to cowardice, and meeting your end bravely was the ultimate demonstration of virtue. The aftermath of matches included elaborate post-combat rituals. Victors received palm branches and monetary prizes, parading around the arena to receive acclaim. The dead were removed with hooks, dragged through the gate of death while their blood was raked into the sand. Workers would smooth the arena surface, preparing for the next match. The show continued. Pompeii's amphitheatre saw one particularly notorious incident that demonstrates how seriously Romans took their entertainment. In 59 AD, A riot broke out during the games between Pompeians and visitors from neighbouring Nuceria. What started as typical sports rivalry escalated into a full-scale brawl, then spilled out of the amphitheatre into the streets. People died, multiple casualties on both sides. The violence was serious enough that it reached Emperor Nero's attention in Rome, who responded by banning gladiatorial games in Pompeii for 10 years. 10 years? Imagine telling modern fans they couldn't attend sporting events for a decade because of a single riot. The punishment was severe precisely because the games were so important to civic life. Pompeians probably lobbied intensely for early reinstatement, and there's evidence the ban was eventually lifted before the full 10 years elapsed. But the incident reveals how emotionally invested people were in these events, willing to fight and die over gladiatorial combat even off the arena floor. The ban's aftermath is preserved in graffiti. Campanian's victory made you perish along with Nuceria, reads one inscription, essentially trash-talking the opposing fans while acknowledging the consequences. Another depicts the riot scene itself, showing fighting inside and outside the amphitheatre. These aren't just historical records, they're evidence of cultural trauma processed through public art. When games did occur, they were heavily anticipated civic events. Promotional announcements were painted on walls throughout Pompeii weeks in advance. 20 pairs of gladiators will fight at Pompeii on such date. Awnings will be provided. That awning detail mattered. It meant shade from the Mediterranean sun, a significant comfort for audiences sitting through all-day events. Sponsors specifically advertised awning provision as a selling point, understanding that spectator comfort attracted larger crowds. The programs themselves were sophisticated. Opening ceremonies included parades of gladiators, sponsors, and important officials. Musicians played throughout. We have images of horn players and drummers providing soundtrack to the violence. Water was sprayed to settle dust and cool the arena. Incense burned to mask less pleasant smells. Blood and death have distinctive aromas that even casual spectators probably noticed. The religious dimension shouldn't be overlooked either. Games often coincided with religious festivals, honouring specific deities through spectacle. The connection between death and religious devotion was explicit. Spilled blood was seen as offering to the gods, making gladiatorial combat a form of ritualised sacrifice. This religious framing helped justify what might otherwise be viewed as simple murder for entertainment. It wasn't gratuitous violence, it was sacred performance. Whether Pompeians fully believed this rationalization, or whether it was convenient cultural fiction is debatable, but the religious connection was real and frequently invoked. The gladiatorial system in Pompeii reflected broader Roman cultural values in complex ways. The celebration of martial skill honored Rome's military foundation. A society built on conquest valued combat excellence. The acceptance of death as entertainment stemmed from a culture where life was precarious and mortality commonplace. The rigid hierarchy of the amphitheatre mirrored social hierarchies throughout Roman life. The massive communal gatherings reinforced civic identity and social bonds. Everything about the games, from architecture to ceremony to actual combat, expressed Roman values and provided a framework for communal experience. Modern observers often struggle with the ethical dimensions of gladiatorial entertainment. How could people enjoy watching other humans fight to the death? The question itself reveals cultural distance. Romans would likely have found modern football equally puzzling. Why watch people chase a ball without any genuine stakes? Cultural entertainment reflects cultural values, and Roman values differed fundamentally from our own. Life was cheaper, death more present, violence more accepted as natural human expression. This doesn't excuse the ethical problems, but it contextualizes them within their historical framework. The gladiatorial system ended gradually over several centuries as Christianity's influence spread and values shifted toward viewing human life as sacred in ways Romans hadn't. By the 5th century AD, gladiatorial combat had largely ceased, replaced by other forms of entertainment. But for the several centuries of its existence, it represented one of Rome's most distinctive cultural expressions, violent, communal, hierarchical, and absolutely central to civic life. Pompeii's amphitheatre, surviving nearly 2 millennia after its construction, stands as monument to all of this. The stone seats are still there, arranged in their hierarchical tiers. The arena floor still shows where countless matches occurred. The vomitoria still open onto corridors where crowds once flowed. And the graffiti on walls throughout the city still celebrates gladiators who fought and died there. Their names preserved while their actual lives were extinguished 2,000 years ago. Walking through that amphitheatre today, you're walking where Romans sat, cheered, gambled, and watched men fight for their entertainment. You're experiencing the same architecture that shaped their viewing experience. And if you listen carefully enough to history's echoes, you might almost hear the crowd's roar, the clash of weapons, the sponsor's decision being announced. 20,000 people gathered to watch violence and celebrate community. The venue changes, the sports evolve, the ethics hopefully improve, but the human desire for communal spectacle remains remarkably consistent across time. The Romans just took it to extremes we prefer not to contemplate too closely. And yet, contemplating it teaches us something about ourselves, about what entertainment reveals regarding any society's values, and about how sports can unite and divide communities in equal measure. Pompeii's amphitheatre, silent now for nearly 2 millennia, still speaks volumes. So we've talked extensively about Pompeii, its streets, its amphitheatre, its traffic systems, its unfortunate residents frozen in their final moments. But Pompeii had a neighbour that suffered the same fate, often overshadowed in popular imagination but equally fascinating: Herculaneum. This smaller, wealthier seaside town sat closer to Vesuvius and actually received less warning before the pyroclastic surges arrived. But Herculaneum's destruction gave us something Pompeii didn't: an actual ancient library, complete with scrolls that could potentially contain lost works from classical antiquity. The only problem? Those scrolls are burned to a crisp, fragile as spiderwebs, and impossible to unroll without destroying them entirely. For centuries, these carbonized cylinders have sat in museum collections, tantalizing researchers with their secrets while absolutely refusing to surrender them. Until now. Because science, that magnificent stubborn enterprise, doesn't accept impossible as a final answer. Enter synchrotron technology, artificial intelligence, and some genuinely brilliant people who refuse to let 2,000-year-old burned paper defeat them. What's unfolding is one of archaeology's most exciting stories, the potential recovery of texts we thought were lost forever, including possibly eyewitness accounts of the very eruption that preserved them. Let's back up and understand what we're dealing with. Herculaneum was buried differently than Pompeii. While Pompeii received primarily pumice fall followed by pyroclastic surges, Herculaneum was hit almost immediately by those superheated flows of gas and rock. The town was buried under up to 20 meters of volcanic material, far deeper than Pompeii's covering. This material was also hotter, more compact, and sealed the city more completely. The heat was devastating, but it also created unique preservation conditions. In one particular villa, now called the Villa of the Papyri because of what it contained, the pyroclastic flows created temperatures high enough to carbonize organic material, but not quite hot enough to incinerate it completely. Think of what happens when you put wood in a fire without enough oxygen. It chars, turns black, becomes carbon, but doesn't burn away entirely. That's essentially what happened to the villa's library. Scrolls made from papyrus, plant-based paper essentially, were transformed into carbon, their original form preserved but their material composition entirely changed. The Villa of the Papyri was discovered in the 1750s during early excavations of Herculaneum. Workers tunneling through the hardened volcanic rock, Herculaneum is much harder to excavate than Pompeii because of the different burial material, came upon room after room of this magnificent estate. The villa was enormous, covering roughly 20,000 square meters. It's one of the largest Roman residences ever found. Its owner is unknown, though scholars speculate it belonged to Lucius Calpurnius Piso Caesoninus, Julius Caesar's father-in-law, based on the library's philosophical contents. Whoever owned it was seriously wealthy and seriously intellectual, because scattered throughout the villa were roughly 800 papyrus scrolls. Imagine the excitement of those 18th century excavators. Here was a Roman library, preserved intact, potentially containing works from ancient philosophers, historians, and poets. This could be the find of centuries. The problem became apparent quickly. The scrolls looked like lumps of coal. Black, brittle, their edges crumbled at the slightest touch. They were clearly text-bearing objects. You could see the rolled form, the papyrus layers compressed together, but actually reading them seemed impossible without destroying them entirely. Attempts were made, of course. 18th century conservators, lacking our modern understanding of such materials, tried various methods to unroll the scrolls. Some used knives to cut through the outer layers, revealing text but destroying surrounding material. Others tried chemical treatments to soften the carbonized papyrus with mixed results. A particularly clever priest named Antonio Piaggio invented a machine that slowly unrolled scrolls using a system of threads and levers, teasing the layers apart millimeter by millimeter over months or even years. His machine successfully unrolled several scrolls, and the revealed texts, primarily Epicurean philosophical works by a Greek philosopher named Philodemus, were transcribed and studied. But Piaggia's method was painfully slow and often resulted in significant damage. Scrolls would crack and fragment as they were mechanically separated. Text would be lost as brittle layers broke apart. The process required extraordinary patience and still resulted in incomplete recovery. Of those 1/800 scrolls, only a few hundred have ever been opened, and many of those only partially. The vast majority remain rolled, their contents unknown, sitting in the National Library of Naples and the Archaeological Museum like stubborn secrets refusing to reveal themselves. For over 2 centuries, that's where the situation stood. The scrolls existed. They contained text. That text was potentially invaluable to classical scholarship. But accessing it meant destroying the physical evidence, and scholars were understandably reluctant to sacrifice irreplaceable artifacts for uncertain results. The scrolls became archaeological Schrödinger's cats, simultaneously containing valuable information and possibly nothing important, with no way to determine which without opening the box or unrolling the scroll, and potentially ruining everything. Then came the 21st century and technologies that sound like science fiction but are absolutely real. The key breakthrough involved a particle accelerator, specifically a synchrotron. Now I know what you're thinking. A particle accelerator? For reading old books? Yes, exactly. This is what happens when physicists and classicists have lunch together and start solving each other's problems. A synchrotron generates extremely intense X-rays by accelerating electrons to nearly the speed of light around a circular track. These X-rays are far more powerful and precise than anything a medical X-ray machine produces. They can penetrate dense materials while maintaining enough resolution to image microscopic details. Scientists use synchrotrons for everything from studying protein structures to analyzing material compositions at the atomic level. It's serious physics hardware, the kind of equipment that costs billions to build and requires dedicated facilities. The application to Herculaneum scrolls came from a brilliant insight. Ancient ink wasn't just coloured water. Roman inks, particularly those used for serious literary works, contained metallic compounds, lead, iron, or other metals that showed up under X-ray imaging. If you could scan a rolled scroll with powerful enough X-rays, you might be able to detect the ink traces within the layers without physically unrolling anything. The scroll remains intact while the imaging reveals what's written inside. The first successful demonstration of this principle came from a research team working with the ESRF, European Synchrotron Radiation Facility, in Grenoble, France. They took carbonized scroll fragments and subjected them to synchrotron X-ray scanning. The results were encouraging. They could indeed detect traces of text within the carbonized layers. Greek letters emerged from the scans, visible despite centuries of burial and the carbonization process. It worked. The concept was sound. But translating initial success into actual readable text presented enormous challenges. The synchrotron scanning produced massive amounts of data, billions of measurements for each scroll scanned. That data showed the 3-dimensional structure of the scroll, including the ink traces, but making sense of it required sophisticated computational analysis. The rolled layers overlapped in complex ways. The papyrus had deformed during carbonization. Surfaces that were flat when written upon had become warped and twisted. Extracting readable text meant virtually unrolling the scroll in software, mathematically flattening those distorted surfaces while preserving the ink traces accurately. This is where artificial intelligence entered the picture. Traditional image processing algorithms struggled with the complexity of the data. But machine learning systems, trained on examples of what ancient text should look like, could identify letter patterns even in noisy, distorted data. Neural networks learned to recognize the characteristic shapes of Greek letters, distinguishing actual writing from random variations in the material. The combination of synchrotron scanning and AI analysis created a pipeline for virtual unrolling, revealing text without touching the physical scrolls. In 2023 and 2024, the Vesuvius Challenge, a competition offering substantial cash prizes for successfully reading the scrolls, attracted teams from around the world. Computer scientists, classicists, and imaging experts collaborated in ways that traditional academia rarely sees. The challenge format, with its open data sharing and prize incentives, accelerated progress dramatically. Within months, teams were identifying individual letters, then words, then entire passages. The breakthroughs came faster than anyone expected. First, individual Greek letters were identified with high confidence. Then phrases became readable. Then entire columns of text emerged from the virtual unrolling process. The first substantial passage decoded made international news, a philosophical text discussing pleasure and how it affects perception, likely from Philodemus's writings on Epicurean philosophy. Not perhaps the most exciting content to general audiences, ancient philosophy rarely goes viral, but to classicists it was revolutionary. Here was text that hadn't been read in 2,000 years, recovered from scrolls too fragile to touch, using technologies that didn't exist a decade earlier. The implications extend far beyond recovering more Epicurean philosophy, valuable as that is. The Villa of the Papyri Library specialized in Greek philosophical texts, but it wasn't necessarily limited to philosophy. Roman libraries typically contain diverse collections. There might be historical works in those scrolls, lost histories of periods we know only fragmentarily. There might be poetry, works by Greek or Latin poets whose writings disappeared during the medieval period. There might be personal correspondence, business records, or literary criticism. We simply don't know what's there until we read them. And here's where it gets really exciting for our story. There might be eyewitness accounts of the eruption itself. Consider the timeline. The scrolls were carbonized during the 79 AD eruption. But Herculaneum residents had some warning. Minor earthquakes and perhaps steam emissions from Vesuvius occurred in the days before the main event. What if a literate resident sensing something unusual kept a diary? What if someone wrote letters to friends or family describing the strange behavior of the mountain? What if there's a scroll containing a first-hand account of those final hours, written by someone experiencing the catastrophe as it unfolded? The possibility is tantalizing. We have Pliny the Younger's account written decades after the event, based on his memories as a teenager watching from across the bay. It's invaluable but limited. An account from someone actually in Herculaneum, written in real time or immediately after preliminary events, would transform our understanding of the disaster. We might learn exactly when people realized danger was approaching, what they observed, what decisions they made, how the evacuation, or lack thereof, proceeded. These aren't just academic questions, they're human stories waiting to be recovered. Even if no eruption accounts exist in the scrolls, and statistically they probably don't, given that most of the library was philosophical texts, the potential for other lost works is staggering. Ancient literature suffered enormous losses during the medieval period. When the Roman Empire declined and literacy became scarce, countless texts were simply lost as copies weren't made. Libraries burned. Papyri decayed. We know the names of many ancient works only from references in surviving texts. The Greek historian Livy wrote 142 books of Roman history, only 35 survive. The Greek poet Sappho was tremendously famous in antiquity. We have only fragments of her work. Entire genres of literature, early Greek novels for instance, are known only from occasional references. What if some of those lost works are sitting in the Villa of the Papyri, waiting to be virtually unrolled? What if there's a complete copy of a lost Sophocles play among those carbonized cylinders? What if there's historical writing about periods we understand poorly? What if there's poetry that could revolutionize our understanding of ancient literature? The scrolls represent one of classical scholarship's best hopes for recovering lost texts, and the technology to read them is finally available. The technical challenges remain substantial, however. The synchrotron scanning process is expensive and time-consuming. Each scroll requires hours of scanning time at facilities that have long waiting lists of researchers wanting access. The data processing is computationally intensive. Terabytes of information need analysis for each scroll. The virtual unrolling algorithms continue improving but aren't perfect. Some text remains ambiguous or unreadable. Physical condition varies between scrolls. Some are better preserved than others, affecting readability. There's also the challenge of identifying what's actually in each scroll before investing the considerable resources required to fully process it. Imagine spending weeks scanning and analyzing a scroll only to discover it's yet another copy of a Philodemus text you already have from other sources. Researchers are developing methods to identify scroll contents more quickly, perhaps through partial scans or analysis of external writing that sometimes appears on scroll edges. The conservation implications are significant too. The virtual reading technology doesn't eliminate the need to preserve the physical scrolls carefully. These remain irreplaceable artifacts regardless of what text they contain. Their carbonized papyrus provides material evidence about ancient book production, storage practices, and the carbonization process itself. Researchers want to read them without destroying them precisely because the physical objects retain value beyond their textual content. The Villa of the Papyri itself remains largely unexcavated. 18th century tunnels explored portions of the structure, but proper archaeological excavation of the entire site has never occurred. The lower levels, where additional library rooms might exist, haven't been accessed. There could be hundreds more scrolls buried in areas not yet explored. Plans have been discussed for decades to conduct systematic excavation, but the challenges are enormous. The villa sits under modern Ercolano, the town built over ancient Herculaneum, and the volcanic material is rock hard, making excavation difficult and expensive. If excavation does proceed and additional scrolls are found, the synchrotron technology means they could be read immediately without the agonizing centuries-long wait Piaggio's scrolls endured. Newly discovered scrolls could go from ground to laboratory to computer screen relatively quickly, their secrets revealed through the same virtual unrolling process. The prospect of potentially doubling or tripling the scroll count, then reading all those texts using AI-assisted synchrotron scanning, is genuinely exciting. The interdisciplinary nature of this research deserves emphasis. Particle physicists built the synchrotron technology. Computer scientists developed the machine learning algorithms. Papyrologists contributed expertise on ancient text formats. Classical scholars identified letters and translated passages. Archaeologists provided context about the scroll's origins. This kind of collaboration across wildly different disciplines is relatively rare but increasingly necessary for solving complex problems. The scrolls couldn't be read by any single specialty alone. It required everyone contributing their expertise toward a common goal. The research has practical applications beyond Herculaneum too. Other damaged historical documents might benefit from similar techniques. Fire-damaged medieval manuscripts, chemically degraded historical papers, texts obscured by later writing, all could potentially be recovered using variations of the virtual unrolling technology. The scrolls serve as proof of concept for non-invasive text recovery, opening possibilities for damaged documents worldwide. For ancient philosophy specifically, the ongoing recovery transforms scholarship. Epicurean philosophy, the school of thought most represented in the Villa of the Papyri Library, was important in the ancient world but is poorly represented in surviving texts. Our understanding of Epicureanism comes primarily from later critics, often hostile to the philosophy, rather than original sources. Having actual Epicurean texts written by practitioners of that philosophy provides unfiltered access to ideas that were later mischaracterized or forgotten. Each recovered scroll adds nuance to our understanding of how ancient people thought about pleasure, death, the gods, and the good life. The texts recovered so far have confirmed some scholarly assumptions while challenging others. The writing style of Philodemus, our primary author in the collection, proves more sophisticated than previously thought. His arguments are nuanced, his language careful. These weren't simplistic texts for beginners, they were serious philosophical treatises requiring educated readers. The villa's owner clearly valued intellectual pursuits and surrounded himself with substantial literature. The scrolls also reveal aspects of ancient book production. The papyrus quality, the ink composition, the scribal handwriting, all provide information about how books were made and distributed in the Roman world. We can compare scrolls from the villa with fragments found elsewhere, understanding regional variations in book production. This material evidence complements textual content, giving fuller pictures of ancient intellectual culture. Public interest in the project has been remarkably high. The Vesuvius Challenge attracted global attention, with thousands of people following progress updates and celebrating breakthroughs. There's something universally appealing about recovering lost knowledge, about technology solving puzzles that seemed permanently unsolvable. When the first substantial passages were decoded, news coverage was extensive and enthusiastic. People who couldn't care less about ancient Epicurean philosophy found themselves fascinated by the process of reading 2,000-year-old burned scrolls. The project also represents hope for future discoveries. If we can read these scrolls, what else might we recover? Lost Egyptian papyri buried in desert sands? Medieval manuscripts damaged beyond traditional reading? The technology's success with Herculaneum creates precedent and motivation for applying similar approaches elsewhere. Ancient civilizations left documents in various states of preservation. Some might be readable using these new tools. For the people of Herculaneum who died during the eruption, the scrolls represent a strange form of legacy. Their library, carbonized along with their bodies and their town, contained their intellectual treasures, the books they valued, the ideas they considered important enough to collect and preserve. Now 2 millennia later, we're recovering those ideas, continuing conversations that began before the catastrophe. The villa's owner, whoever they were, couldn't have imagined that their library would be destroyed by volcanic fury, buried for 18 centuries, then read using particle accelerators and artificial intelligence. But they would probably be pleased that their books still matter, that their intellectual investments weren't entirely lost. The scrolls sit in their climate-controlled museum storage, black and fragile and patient. They've waited this long. They can wait a bit longer while we develop ever better methods to read them. But for the first time in their long preservation, there's genuine reason for optimism. The text locked inside them isn't lost, it's just temporarily inaccessible, and we're rapidly developing keys to that access. Each technical improvement brings more scrolls within reach. Each successful reading motivates further research. The library isn't revealing its secrets quickly, nothing about these scrolls is quick, but it is revealing them steadily. Somewhere in those carbonized rolls might be the literary discoveries of the century. Lost plays, unknown histories, forgotten poetry, or even personal accounts of the eruption that sealed them away. We're standing at the threshold of finding out, using technologies that ancient Romans couldn't have conceived of to recover the very texts they treasured. The irony would probably amuse them if they could appreciate it. For now, the work continues. Synchrotrons hum, AIs analyze, classical scholars squint at reconstructed text, and carbonized scrolls gradually give up secrets they've kept for nearly 2,000 years. The library of the Villa of the Papyri is finally opening its doors, and what we find inside might just rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. Not bad for a bunch of burned paper, really. So we've discussed the grand and the dramatic. Volcanic eruptions, gladiatorial combat, synchrotron particle accelerators reading ancient scrolls. All fascinating stuff, absolutely. But here's something that often gets overlooked in history books. The mundane, everyday aspects of ancient life that are actually far more revealing than temples and monuments. What did people eat? What did they drink? Where did they socialize? And yes, where did they go to the bathroom? Because it turns out that studying ancient toilets and their contents can tell us more about Roman society than any emperor's biography ever could. Welcome to the archaeology of the ordinary, where researchers dig through 2,000-year-old sewage with genuine enthusiasm and reconstruct wines that nobody has tasted since before the fall of Rome. Let's start with wine, because Romans absolutely loved the stuff. We mentioned earlier that they drank wine at breakfast, diluted with water, treating it roughly the way modern people treat coffee. But Roman wine culture went far deeper than casual consumption. Wine was central to religious rituals, social gatherings, medical treatments, and daily sustenance. Rich and poor alike drank wine, though naturally the quality varied enormously based on social class. Understanding Roman wine means understanding a fundamental aspect of their civilization. The challenge for archaeologists has always been that wine doesn't preserve well. The liquid evaporates, residues degrade, and what's left after 2 millennia is essentially nothing but the containers. Pompeii has plenty of amphorae, those distinctive two-handled clay vessels used for wine storage and transport. But the actual wine disappeared long ago. So how do you reconstruct something that no longer exists? Through a combination of archaeological evidence, ancient literary sources, and experimental archaeology, which is a fancy way of saying, let's actually make this stuff and see what happens. Researchers have pieced together the Roman winemaking process from multiple sources. Agricultural writers like Columella and Pliny the Elder left detailed descriptions of vineyard management, grape varieties, and fermentation techniques. Pompeian frescoes show wine production in progress. Residue analysis of amphorae reveals chemical traces of the original contents. Put all this together, and you get a fairly complete picture of how Romans made their wine. The process started in the vineyards that climb Vesuvius's slopes. Yes, the same volcano that would eventually destroy everything. The volcanic soil was rich in minerals, producing grapes with distinctive characteristics. Romans cultivated several grape varieties, with names we still recognize in modified form: Armenian grapes, Falernum varieties, and others. The grapes were harvested in autumn, typically by slaves who had been doing this backbreaking work since dawn. Fermentation happened in large open vats, unlike modern enclosed tanks. This exposed the must, crushed grapes, to wild yeasts in the environment, making each batch somewhat unpredictable. There was no temperature control, no sterilization, no modern enological science, just grapes, yeast, time, and hope. The resulting wine varied considerably in quality, which is why Roman writers spent so much time categorizing wines by origin and vintage. But here's where Roman winemaking gets really interesting, and by interesting I mean somewhat horrifying to modern palates. Romans rarely drank wine straight. They almost always mixed it with water, which was practical given the higher alcohol content. But they also added things to their wine that would make any contemporary sommelier faint. Lead. They added lead. Specifically, they boiled grape must in lead-lined pots, creating a sweet syrup called de frutum used to sweeten wine. The lead leached into the syrup and subsequently into the wine, creating a sweet flavour that Romans found appealing. Lead poisoning wasn't understood in ancient times, so people cheerfully consumed this toxic additive, probably contributing to various health problems that they attributed to other causes. Not exactly their finest innovation. Besides lead, Romans added seawater to preserve wine during transport, honey for sweetness, herbs and spices for flavour, resin for preservation. This practice survives in Greek retsina, and occasionally stranger things like marble dust or chalk to reduce acidity. The resulting beverage would have tasted quite different from modern wine, sweeter, possibly saltier, definitely flavoured with additives we'd find peculiar. Modern experimental archaeologists have recreated Roman wine using ancient techniques, minus the lead for obvious reasons. These reconstructions use historical grape varieties grown in volcanic soil similar to Vesuvius, traditional open vat fermentation, and period-appropriate additives. The results are interesting. Tasters describe Roman-style wine as sweeter than expected, with herbal notes from added ingredients and a generally heavier character than contemporary wines. It's recognisably wine, but not what modern palates are accustomed to. Some people find it pleasant, others politely decline second tastings. Pompeii's numerous wine bars, Thermopylae and Copenhagen, served this wine to customers throughout the city. These establishments were everywhere, over 150 identified in the excavated portions alone. They catered primarily to the working class and those without home kitchens, serving wine alongside hot food. The setup was consistent. An L-shaped counter faced the street with large clay vessels, dolia, embedded in the countertop holding various food and drink options. Customers stood at the counter or sat on small stools eating and drinking in what was essentially an ancient fast food joint. The wine was served warm or at room temperature, often mixed with hot water from a built-in heating system. No ice, no refrigeration, no chilled rosé on summer evenings. You drank what was available at ambient temperature, and you were grateful for it. Prices were reasonable. Wine was democratically accessible to most social classes, though quality varied by establishment. High-end Thermopylae in wealthy districts might offer better wines. Lower-end places in poorer neighbourhoods served whatever was cheapest. These wine bars weren't just about consumption. They were social spaces where people gathered, gossiped, argued politics, complained about taxes, and generally behaved like humans in any era do when given access to alcohol and community. Graffiti found in Pompeian bars reflects this social function. Messages scrawled on walls range from the mundane, "I had sex here" appears with disturbing frequency, to the philosophical, "nothing can last forever," to the practical, "the bartender waters his wine." Apparently some complaints are timeless. Gambling was rampant in these establishments despite being technically illegal. Romans loved games of chance, dice games particularly popular, with carved bone or ivory dice found throughout Pompeii. The legal prohibition was routinely ignored, much like how modern laws against gambling are selectively enforced depending on context. Bar owners tolerated or encouraged gambling because it kept customers drinking longer and spending more money. The occasional police raid probably happened, but enforcement was inconsistent at best. One particularly popular dice game involved betting on combinations thrown, similar to modern craps. Another game used knuckle bones, actual sheep or goat ankle bones, thrown like dice with different landing positions having assigned values. Board games were played too, with gaming boards carved into stone surfaces where people sat. Some of these carved boards survive in Pompeii, still showing the marks where ancient Pompeians passed time waiting for their wine and engaging in competitive games. The social atmosphere in these wine bars would have been lively, probably loud and occasionally rough. Fights broke out. One piece of Pompeian graffiti mentions a bar fight over a dice game, with threats exchanged and probable violence following. Another complains about a particular bar's unruly clientele. These weren't refined establishments. They were working-class drinking spots where behaviour was sometimes questionable. Not exactly the sophisticated wine culture modern Italian restaurants like to romanticize, but authentic nonetheless. Now here's where archaeology takes a turn that some might find less appetizing, studying ancient toilets. Yes, toilets. Latrines. Sewage systems. The places where Romans went to handle their biological necessities. Because if you want to understand what people actually ate, not what they claim to eat in literature, not what wealthy people commissioned artists to paint, but what actually went into their bodies, you study what came out. Ancient cesspits and sewage systems contain preserved organic material that, when properly analysed, reveals dietary habits with scientific precision. Pompeii had various bathroom arrangements. Wealthy homes featured private latrines, small rooms with stone seats positioned over drainage channels. These were connected to the home's water supply, with used water from kitchens and baths flushing waste away. The experience wasn't exactly luxurious by modern standards. No toilet paper, Romans used sponges on sticks, shared among users, which is exactly as unsanitary as it sounds. No privacy screens, and the ambient odour was probably significant. But it was functional and considerably more pleasant than the alternatives. Public latrines existed for those without private facilities. These were communal spaces where multiple people sat on long stone benches with keyhole-shaped openings, doing their business side by side without partitions. Privacy was not a Roman concern. You sat next to strangers, handled your needs, possibly conducted conversations, and went about your day. The shared sponge sticks sat in buckets of water or vinegar for communal use. Hygiene concerns? Not really understood in the modern sense. Disease transmission? Probably common but not connected to bathroom practices in Roman medical theory. What makes these latrines archaeologically valuable is what accumulated beneath them. Cesspits collected waste over extended periods, creating stratigraphic layers of organic material that, while unpleasant, preserve evidence of diet with remarkable fidelity. Seeds from fruits and vegetables pass through the digestive system intact and accumulate in these deposits. Bone fragments from consumed meat survive. Parasite eggs indicate health conditions. Fish scales reveal seafood consumption. When archaeologists excavate these deposits, wearing appropriate protective gear and possessing strong stomachs, they recover a treasure trove of dietary information. Analysis of Pompeian cesspit contents has revolutionized our understanding of what Romans actually ate. The results sometimes contradict literary sources, which tend to focus on elite dining and ignore common people's diets. The biological evidence is democratic. Everyone who used those latrines contributed to the archaeological record, regardless of social class. What did they eat? Grains dominated, unsurprisingly. Wheat and barley remains appear frequently, consistent with the bread-heavy diet literary sources describe. Romans consumed enormous amounts of bread, often flavoured with various additives depending on social class. Lentils and legumes show up regularly, providing protein for those who couldn't afford much meat. Figs appear constantly. Ancient Romans loved figs, eating them fresh, dried, and preserved. The seeds pass through digestion intact, making them easily identifiable. Fruits and vegetables included grapes, beyond wine, they ate fresh grapes too, olives, a Mediterranean staple then as now, various melons, pomegranates, dates, and assorted garden vegetables. Cucumbers, cabbage, onions, and garlic all appear in the evidence. The diet was more plant-based than modern Italian cuisine, particularly for lower classes. Meat was expensive and consumed less frequently than plants. When meat was eaten, the variety was considerable. Pig dominated. Romans loved pork in all forms, from whole roasted pig to sausages to preserved ham. Sheep and goat appeared regularly. Cattle less so, cows were more valuable as draft animals than as food. Chicken was common, eggs even more so. Game birds were eaten by those who could hunt or afford them. And here's where it gets interesting. The wealthy ate some rather exotic things. Analysis of cesspits from wealthier households reveals consumption of songbirds, thrushes, blackbirds, and similar small birds that were considered delicacies. These tiny birds were trapped, fattened in captivity, and served at elaborate dinner parties. Imagine eating a sparrow as a luxury food item. Not much meat on those bones, but the social statement was clear. You were wealthy enough to consume rare and expensive foods. Sea urchins appear in wealthy household waste, a delicacy then as now, harvested from the bay and served raw or lightly cooked. Flamingo tongues, while rare even among the rich, appear in literature as ultimate luxury foods. We haven't found direct evidence of flamingo consumption in Pompeii, but the principle holds: the wealthy ate foods specifically because they were expensive and rare, not because they were particularly nutritious or tasty. Fish and seafood were democratically consumed across social classes, given Pompeii's coastal location. The Bay of Naples provided abundant marine resources: mackerel, sardines, sea bass, and various shellfish. Fish bones appear in cesspits from all social levels. Garum, that fermented fish sauce we discussed earlier, was used universally, though quality varied by price point. Everyone ate fish. The variety and preparation methods differed by wealth. Parasites found in cesspit analysis reveal health conditions that literary sources never mention. Intestinal worms were common, particularly roundworms and whipworms. These parasites indicate contaminated food or water sources, poor hygiene practices, and general sanitation issues that affected health without being understood as disease vectors. Romans suffered from parasites throughout their lives, probably experiencing periodic digestive issues they attributed to humoral imbalances or divine displeasure rather than the actual cause. The communal sponge sticks probably spread infections efficiently. Shared water sources without proper treatment distributed waterborne pathogens. Food preparation without modern hygiene standards allowed contamination. The result was a population dealing with constant low-level infections, parasitic loads, and health issues that modern sanitation has largely eliminated. Their life expectancy figures make more sense when you factor in these conditions. Returning to more appetizing subjects, let's discuss food preparation and kitchen culture. Pompeian kitchens were typically small utilitarian spaces, often located at the back of houses near water sources. Wealthy homes had more elaborate kitchen arrangements with multiple hearths, storage rooms, and dedicated slaves handling food preparation. Poorer households had minimal kitchen facilities or none at all, relying on thermopolia for hot meals. Cooking methods included baking in clay ovens, boiling in bronze or ceramic pots, grilling over open flames, and roasting on spits. Frying was common, using olive oil as the primary cooking fat. The famous Pompeian bakeries had large stone ovens still containing carbonized loaves, round bread with wedge-cut portions, perfectly preserved by the volcanic ash that stopped time mid-bake. These loaves show standardized production methods, consistent with commercial bakeries serving regular customers. Spices and seasonings came from across the Roman Empire. Pepper from India, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, saffron from various sources. The wealthy could afford exotic seasonings that travelled thousands of miles to reach their tables. Local herbs like oregano, basil and rosemary grew abundantly in Mediterranean gardens and were used universally. The famous Roman love of complex flavours, mixing sweet and savoury, combining fish sauce with honey, adding fruits to meat dishes, appears consistently in both recipes and archaeological residues. Food storage presented constant challenges without refrigeration. Romans used various preservation methods, smoking meats, salting fish, drying fruits, pickling vegetables in vinegar or brine, and storing grains in sealed containers. Amphorae kept liquids protected from air exposure. Underground storage rooms maintained cooler temperatures, but spoilage was inevitable, and food poisoning was probably common, though not recognized as such. When your meal makes you sick and you don't understand bacterial contamination, you blame other factors entirely. The social rituals around eating reveal as much as the food itself. Wealthy Romans reclined at dinner parties, eating with fingers while servants brought successive courses. Middle-class citizens might sit at tables for family meals. The poor ate whenever and wherever they could, often standing at thermopolia counters. Eating positions, utensils used, or not used, and meal timing all indicated social status. Dinner parties for the wealthy were elaborate affairs lasting hours, with entertainment between courses, philosophical conversation expected, and social networking happening alongside consumption. These weren't just meals, they were business meetings, political strategy sessions, and social performances. The food displayed wealth and taste, while the company reinforced social connections. Being invited to someone's cena indicated you mattered socially. Being excluded sent equally clear messages. The bar culture we discussed earlier served different social functions for different classes. For workers without homes comfortable enough for entertaining, bars were primary social spaces. For travellers, they provided necessary services. For the lonely, they offered community. For the addicted, gambling or alcohol, they provided outlets. The thermopolia were democratic in one sense. Anyone with coins could purchase food and drink, while simultaneously reflecting social stratifications that permeated Roman society. Archaeological study of these mundane aspects, wine bars, toilets, kitchens, dining rooms, provides insights that grand monuments can't offer. Temples tell us about religion as authorities wanted it presented. Amphitheatres reveal entertainment as politically controlled spectacle. But cesspits tell us what people actually ate. Bar graffiti reveals actual conversations. Kitchen remains show actual cooking practices. This is history from the bottom up, recovering everyday experiences that weren't considered important enough to record in formal literature, but are crucial for understanding how people actually lived. Modern techniques make this archaeology of the everyday increasingly sophisticated. Chemical analysis of residues can identify specific compounds even when physical evidence has degraded. DNA analysis of organic remains identifies species consumed. Isotope studies reveal food origins and production methods. Statistical analysis of artifact distributions shows consumption patterns across neighborhoods. Each technique adds detail to the picture, transforming mundane trash into valuable historical evidence. The experimental archaeology component deserves emphasis. When researchers actually make Roman wine, cook Roman recipes, or construct Roman toilets, they understand ancient practices in ways that reading about them can't achieve. You learn that ancient methods required skills we've lost. You discover that described processes work differently in practice than theory suggests. You realize that ancient people possessed practical knowledge passed through apprenticeship that written sources don't capture. For Pompeii specifically, the completeness of preservation makes everyday archaeology particularly valuable. Other sites have fragments, a kitchen here, a bar there. Pompeii has hundreds of each, allowing comparative analysis that reveals patterns. Not all Thermopylae were identical. Some catered to different clienteles, offered different menus, created different atmospheres. Not all homes had identical kitchen arrangements. Wealth, family size, and personal preference influenced designs. This variety within a single frozen moment provides unprecedented insight into Roman urban diversity. The human element emerges most powerfully from these mundane remains. Grand history focuses on emperors and battles, policies and monuments. Everyday archaeology focuses on anonymous people eating meals, drinking wine, using toilets, gambling away wages, gossiping with neighbours, and living lives remarkably similar to our own despite the temporal distance. They worried about money, enjoyed leisure time, formed friendships, experienced family tensions, and handled biological necessities just like we do. The specifics differ. We don't share toilet sponges or drink leaded wine, but the fundamental human experiences remain constant. Finding a carbonized fig in a cesspit connects us to the person who ate it. Discovering dice in a bar connects us to people who gambled there. Analyzing wine residue connects us to ancient drinkers enjoying their evening relaxation. These connections, invisible in formal history, emerge from archaeological attention to the ordinary. And that ordinary past, properly understood, proves far more interesting than stereotyped images of toga-wearing philosophers debating in marble halls. Pompeii's everyday life, preserved in its bars, toilets, kitchens, and trash heaps, brings ancient Romans into focus as real people with real habits, real preferences, and real challenges. Not mythologized ancestors, not historical abstractions, but humans navigating daily existence in ways both familiar and foreign to modern sensibilities. They drank their wine, warm, mixed, and possibly toxic. They ate their meals, grain-heavy, parasite-laden, but flavoured with care. They handled their needs, communally, unsanitarily, but practically. And in doing so, they created an archaeological record that tells their stories more honestly than any emperor's biography ever could. The archaeology of the everyday might lack the drama of volcanic eruptions or gladiatorial combat, but it possesses an authenticity that grand historical narratives often miss. Sometimes the most profound history is found in the most ordinary places, including apparently ancient toilets. Who knew sewage could be so enlightening? So we've wandered through Pompeii's streets, examined its traffic patterns, studied its toilet habits, and virtually unrolled its carbonized scrolls. But there's one aspect of this preserved city that arguably makes the biggest visual impact on visitors: the frescoes. Those magnificent wall paintings that transformed ordinary Roman homes into galleries of mythological scenes, garden landscapes, architectural illusions, and decorative patterns. Pompeii's frescoes represent one of the largest surviving collections of Roman painting, and they're absolutely crucial for understanding ancient artistic techniques, aesthetic preferences, and daily visual culture. There's just one problem. These frescoes are deteriorating. Right now, as we speak. Every year that passes sees more fading, more flaking, more damage from environmental exposure, tourist breath, temperature fluctuations, and, perhaps most frustratingly, the consequences of well-intentioned but ultimately harmful conservation efforts from previous centuries. The frescoes that survived volcanic burial for nearly 2 millennia are now fighting a different battle, surviving the very rescue that exposed them to the world. Enter laser technology, because apparently lasers are the answer to everything these days. But seriously, the application of infrared lasers to fresco conservation represents one of the most exciting developments in art restoration. and Pompeii is serving as the proving ground for techniques that could revolutionize how we preserve ancient painted surfaces worldwide. Let's start by understanding what we're actually trying to save. Roman frescoes were created using a technique called buon fresco, the true fresco method where pigments are applied to wet plaster. As the plaster dries, a chemical reaction occurs, the lime in the plaster carbonates, essentially locking the pigments into the wall surface. The result is remarkably durable paint that becomes part of the wall itself rather than sitting on top of it. This technique is why Pompeian frescoes survived their volcanic burial relatively intact. The pigments, bound into the plaster matrix, couldn't easily separate or degrade. The colour palette Roman painters used came from natural mineral and organic sources. Reds from cinnabar, mercury sulfide, or iron oxide ochres. Blues from expensive Egyptian blue, a synthetic copper-calcium silicate that Romans imported at great cost, or cheaper azurite. Yellows from yellow ochre or orpiment. Greens from malachite or copper-based compounds. Blacks from carbon or manganese. White from lime or lead carbonate. Each pigment had specific properties. Some were more stable, others prone to fading or chemical change. The choices artists made reflected both aesthetic goals and budgetary constraints. Egyptian blue in your house? You were wealthy. Iron oxide red. More economical but perfectly respectable. The Villa of the Mysteries, located just outside Pompeii's walls, contains some of the most spectacular frescoes in the ancient world. This grand residence features a room with large-scale narrative paintings depicting what scholars believe is a Dionysiac initiation ritual, women undergoing mystical rites associated with the god Dionysus. The figures are life-sized, painted with remarkable skill, their expressions conveying emotion across 2 millennia. The backgrounds feature that distinctive deep red colour, often called Pompeian red, that has become synonymous with ancient Roman interiors. These frescoes are not just decorative, they're significant artistic and religious documents that help us understand ancient mystery cult practices. When excavated in the early 20th century, the Villa of the Mysteries frescoes caused a sensation. Here was Roman painting at its absolute finest, preserved with colours so vibrant they seemed almost fresh. Photographs from early excavations show frescoes that glow with intensity, reds and yellows that pop against the dark backgrounds. Art historians marvelled at the composition, the figure drawing, the sophisticated use of light and shadow. The villa became a must-see destination for anyone interested in ancient art. But problems began almost immediately after excavation. Exposed to air after nearly 2,000 years of burial, the frescoes started deteriorating. The stable environment of volcanic ash burial, constant temperature, minimal humidity fluctuation, no light exposure, had preserved them perfectly. Open-air conditions introduced moisture changes, temperature swings, light exposure, and biological agents, fungus, bacteria, algae, that began attacking the painted surfaces. Conservation efforts commenced as they should have, but early 20th century conservation science was, let's say, in its developmental stages. Conservators meant well but lacked the scientific understanding we have today. Their choices, made with the best intentions and the knowledge available at the time, often caused as much damage as they prevented. This is a recurring theme in preservation history. Each generation's solutions become the next generation's problems. The primary conservation approach used on Pompeian frescoes throughout much of the 20th century involved applying protective coatings, waxes, resins, and synthetic polymers, meant to seal the surface and prevent moisture penetration. The logic seemed sound. Coat the fragile surface with a protective layer, and it won't deteriorate further. Unfortunately, the reality proved considerably more complex. Those protective coatings did initially help, sealing surfaces and reducing immediate damage. But over time, they caused serious problems. The coatings darkened as they aged, obscuring the original colours beneath. Waxes attracted dust and pollutants that stuck to the surface, creating grimy layers. Synthetic resins contracted differently than the plaster substrate, sometimes pulling paint away from walls. The coatings prevented natural moisture exchange, trapping humidity within the plaster and causing salt crystallization damage beneath the surface. What was meant to protect became itself a threat. By the late 20th century, conservators recognized they had a problem. The frescoes were now covered in discolored protective layers, darkened by pollution, and suffering from the consequences of well-intentioned but ultimately misguided interventions. The original vibrant colors were hidden beneath veils of aged coatings. Cleaning was necessary, but how do you remove decades of accumulated protective layers without damaging the ancient paint beneath? Traditional cleaning methods had significant limitations. Chemical solvents could dissolve coatings but risked attacking the original pigments, particularly organic-based colours. Mechanical cleaning, scraping with scalpels or using abrasives, required incredible skill and still risked scratching delicate paint layers. Water-based cleaning could remove some deposits but introduced moisture that might cause other problems. Each method carried risks, and with irreplaceable artworks, risks aren't something you take lightly. This is where lasers entered the conservation toolkit, and specifically infrared lasers that offered unprecedented control over the cleaning process. The basic principle sounds almost too good to be true. Laser light tuned to specific wavelengths can remove surface contaminants while leaving original paint completely untouched. It's like using a highly selective eraser that only removes what you want removed, leaving everything else perfectly intact. The science behind laser cleaning involves selective absorption. Different materials absorb different wavelengths of light with varying efficiency. Dark contamination layers, soot, dust, aged coatings, absorb laser light readily, heating rapidly and either vaporizing or converting to particles that can be removed. The original pigments beneath, if properly characterized, absorb the chosen laser wavelength much less efficiently, remaining cool and undamaged while the overlying contamination disappears. The lasers used for fresco cleaning are typically in YAG lasers, neodymium-doped yttrium aluminum garnet if you want to get technical, operating in the infrared spectrum. These emit light at 1064 nanometers wavelength, which dark organic materials absorb excellently, while many inorganic pigments reflect or transmit without damage. The laser beam is pulsed rather than continuous, delivering energy in incredibly brief bursts, nanoseconds or even shorter. This pulsing prevents heat from building up and damaging substrate materials. Each pulse removes a tiny amount of surface contamination, and the conservator controls exactly how many pulses hit each spot, how much energy each pulse delivers, and how the beam moves across the surface. The precision is remarkable. A skilled laser conservator can remove contamination layer by layer, literally molecule by molecule in some cases, stopping exactly when original paint surface is reached. Compare this to mechanical cleaning, where even the steadiest hand risks scratching surfaces, or chemical cleaning, where solvents penetrate unpredictably. The laser stops precisely where you tell it to stop, removing only what needs removing. The Villa of the Mysteries became a primary testing ground for laser conservation techniques applied to Roman frescoes. A multi-year project involving Italian conservation institutions, international university partners, and funding from various cultural foundations, undertook systematic laser cleaning of the villa's famous painted room. The project combined cutting-edge technology with traditional conservation expertise, applying laser science to challenges specific to ancient Roman painted surfaces. The results have been genuinely stunning. As conservators carefully worked across the fresco surfaces, each square centimetre requiring individual attention, the original colours began reappearing from beneath their obscuring layers. Reds that had appeared brownish-black revealed themselves as vibrant cinnabar. Backgrounds that seemed uniformly dark showed subtle colour variations and painted details previously invisible. The Pompeian red, that famous hue associated with Roman interiors, emerged in its true intensity for the first time in perhaps a century. Conservators working on the project described the experience as almost revelatory. Decades of grime and discoloured coatings had so fundamentally altered the fresco's appearance that even experts had forgotten what they originally looked like. When the laser cleaning revealed true colours, it was like seeing the paintings for the first time. Details emerged that no one knew existed. Subtle shadings in flesh tones, delicate highlights in drapery, background elements that had completely disappeared under contamination. One particularly striking example involved the famous figure of a frightened woman in the Dionysiac scene, a female figure cowering from mysterious rites being performed nearby. Before laser cleaning, her skin appeared dull and uniformly brownish. After treatment, her flesh showed careful modelling with lighter and darker tones, creating three-dimensional form. Her expression, already powerful, became even more emotionally resonant as full artistic detail emerged. The Roman artist's skill, hidden for a century, was finally visible again. The technical challenges were considerable. Not all areas could be cleaned identically. Different pigments required different laser parameters. Egyptian blue, that expensive synthetic pigment used for drapery and decorative elements, required lower energy settings to avoid microscopic surface damage. Organic red pigments, more sensitive than inorganic cinnabar, needed gentler treatment. Areas where previous restorations had used modern paints to fill gaps required careful identification, so laser cleaning wouldn't inadvertently remove both contamination and historic restoration simultaneously. The conservators developed protocols for each pigment type, testing parameters on inconspicuous areas before treating important sections. They used analytical techniques, portable X-ray fluorescence, Raman spectroscopy, UV fluorescence imaging, to identify pigment compositions before laser treatment. This analytical approach ensured that cleaning parameters matched material properties, optimizing results while minimizing risk. Science supporting art as it should be. Previous conservation mistakes sometimes required particularly delicate attention. Areas where 20th century restorers had overpainted original surfaces, filling gaps or improving faded sections, needed careful treatment. The laser could remove later additions, but conservators had to decide philosophically. Should they remove all non-original material, revealing gaps and losses, or preserve some restorations as part of the artwork's history? These aren't purely technical decisions. They involve value judgments about authenticity, historical documentation, and aesthetic integrity. The general philosophy adopted at Pompeii favors revealing original material wherever possible, even if that means showing damage and losses. Authenticity trumps completeness in current conservation thinking. Visitors would rather see genuine ancient paint with some gaps than perfect-looking surfaces partially created by modern restorers. The laser cleaning supports this philosophy by allowing incredibly selective removal, preserving ancient surfaces while eliminating problematic modern additions. Environmental control accompanies the restoration work. Simply cleaning frescoes accomplishes nothing if they immediately reaccumulate contamination or continue deteriorating from environmental exposure. The Villa of the Mysteries and other important fresco sites now have climate control systems maintaining stable temperature and humidity. Air filtration reduces particulate contamination. UV filtering glass in skylights prevents light damage. Visitor numbers are monitored and sometimes restricted to prevent excessive carbon dioxide and humidity buildup from human breath. The frescoes are treated as the fragile artworks they are, requiring careful environmental management alongside physical conservation. The broader implications of laser cleaning extend beyond Pompeii. The techniques developed there are applicable to ancient painted surfaces worldwide. Egyptian tomb paintings, Etruscan frescoes, medieval murals, Renaissance artwork suffering from accumulated grime and problematic varnishes. The precision and control that laser conservation offers make it suitable for any context where traditional cleaning methods carry unacceptable risks. The technology continues advancing. Newer laser systems offer even greater control, adjustable pulse durations, variable wavelengths, integrated monitoring systems that detect real-time changes in surface properties. Some experimental systems use different laser types in sequence, each optimized for removing specific contamination layers. Others incorporate real-time chemical analysis, identifying exactly what's being removed as cleaning proceeds. The field of laser conservation is young and rapidly evolving, with Pompeii's frescoes serving as both beneficiary and testing ground. Cost remains a consideration. Laser equipment isn't cheap, and the process is incredibly labor-intensive. A skilled conservator might spend an entire day cleaning a surface area smaller than a sheet of paper. Multiply that across thousands of square meters of Pompeian frescoes, and you're looking at projects spanning years and requiring substantial funding. The Villa of the Mysteries project alone involved multiple years of work by teams of specialists. Scaling such efforts across all Pompeii's frescoes requires sustained financial and institutional commitment. International collaboration helps distribute both costs and expertise. Italian conservation institutes partner with universities worldwide, sharing knowledge and resources. Japanese conservation specialists bring expertise from their own cultural heritage preservation efforts. American museums contribute funding and technical knowledge. European Union grants support preservation of this UNESCO World Heritage Site. The frescoes belong to humanity's cultural heritage, and their preservation appropriately involves global participation. Training new conservators in laser techniques is essential for the field's future. The specialists who develop these methods need to pass knowledge to subsequent generations. Conservation programs increasingly incorporate laser training, combining traditional art history and chemistry education with physics and engineering principles. Tomorrow's conservators need to understand both ancient painting techniques and modern laser parameters, quite a diverse skill set. Public appreciation for the restoration efforts has been enthusiastic. When visitors see before and after images showing frescoes transformed from dull, brownish surfaces to vibrant, detailed paintings, The impact of conservation work becomes viscerally clear. People understand intuitively that these paintings were being lost to contamination and that laser cleaning literally saved them. The technology seems almost magical, pointing light at ancient walls and having colours reappear, even though it's grounded in solid physics and chemistry. The philosophical dimensions deserve consideration too. By removing 20th century coatings, conservators are undoing previous generations' work, implicitly criticising their methods. This requires humility. Our current approaches, however scientifically grounded, may someday be judged inadequate by future conservators with even more advanced techniques. Every generation believes it finally has the right answers. History suggests otherwise. Current conservators document their interventions meticulously, knowing their work will be scrutinized by successors who may disagree with their choices. The frescoes themselves, having survived volcanic destruction, burial, excavation, and misguided conservation, now face their best chance for long-term survival. Laser cleaning removes accumulated damage while revealing original artistry. Environmental controls prevent ongoing deterioration. Digital documentation preserves current states for future reference. Scientific analysis informs treatment decisions. The combination of technologies and approaches gives these ancient paintings real hope for surviving another millennium. For the Villa of the Mysteries specifically, the laser conservation project has transformed understanding of the paintings themselves. Scholars studying the Dionysiac scenes now see details invisible for decades. The narrative interpretation shifts as previously hidden elements emerge. An architectural detail here, a symbolic object there, all contributing to comprehending what these mysterious paintings meant to their original viewers. The conservation work isn't just preservation, it's revelation. The wider Pompeii site benefits similarly. Hundreds of frescoes throughout the excavated city require conservation attention. Not all can receive intensive laser treatment immediately. Priorities must be set based on condition, significance, and available resources. But the Villa of the Mysteries demonstrates what's possible, providing template and motivation for ongoing preservation efforts. Each successfully conserved fresco encourages continuation. Some frescoes remain too damaged for laser cleaning to fully restore. Where ancient paint has completely flaked away, no technology can recreate what's lost. Where biological growth has penetrated plaster substrate, surface cleaning alone doesn't solve underlying problems. Laser conservation has limitations, and conservators acknowledge these honestly. It's powerful technology, but not magic. It can clean surfaces, but can't resurrect completely destroyed paintings. Prevention of future damage is equally important. The lessons learned from 20th century conservation mistakes: avoid irreversible treatments, monitor long-term effects, prioritize original material preservation, inform current practice. Conservators today apply minimal intervention principles, doing only what's necessary and documenting everything. They choose reversible treatments when possible, allowing future conservators to undo their work if needed. They incorporate regular monitoring, catching problems early before damage becomes severe. The economic argument for fresco conservation is straightforward. Pompeii generates significant tourism revenue for Italy. Visitors come specifically to see the frescoes, among other features. If those frescoes deteriorate beyond recognition, visitor numbers decline, revenue decreases, and local communities suffer economically. Investment in conservation pays returns through sustained cultural tourism. It's not just about preserving art for art's sake, though that's sufficient justification, but about economic sustainability for communities whose livelihoods depend on cultural heritage tourism. Climate change adds urgency to conservation efforts. Changing weather patterns bring more extreme conditions to Mediterranean regions, longer heat waves, more intense rain events, stronger winds. These environmental stresses accelerate fresco deterioration. Conservation work races against climate effects, trying to stabilize surfaces before new damage occurs. The lasers clean, the climate threatens, and conservators work steadily through both. For those of us who will never handle a conservation laser or personally restore ancient paintings, the significance lies in what these frescoes represent. They're windows into Roman visual culture, showing us how ancient people decorated their living spaces, what images they found meaningful, what aesthetic sensibilities they valued. A fresco showing a mythological scene tells us about their religious beliefs. A garden painting tells us about their relationship with nature. Architectural illusions tell us about their spatial concepts. Each painting, properly conserved and visible, communicates across millennia. The Villa of the Mysteries paintings, Those enigmatic Dionysiac scenes that scholars still debate speak particularly powerfully. What rites did they depict? Were they actual religious ceremonies or idealized representations? What did the women in those paintings experience? Fear, ecstasy, transformation? We can't know for certain, but seeing the paintings in their restored vibrancy brings us closer to understanding. The terror on that cowering woman's face, the solemnity of ritual participants, the mysterious masked figure, all emerge more clearly through conservation efforts. The Roman artists who painted these frescoes couldn't have imagined their work's future. They created decorations for wealthy patrons, perhaps spending months mixing pigments and applying them to carefully prepared plaster surfaces. They signed nothing. Ancient painters rarely achieved individual fame. They probably moved on to other commissions once finished, their work becoming part of a house's background rather than celebrated art objects. Then disaster struck, and those everyday decorations became permanent monuments. The volcanic burial that killed the artist's contemporaries preserved their work for a future nobody anticipated. Centuries passed. Excavations revealed the paintings. Modern conservators, using technologies the ancient artists couldn't have conceived, now work to ensure those paintings survive another 2,000 years. It's a remarkable chain of events, really. Ancient artist applies pigment to wall. Volcano buries wall under ash. Archaeologist uncovers wall centuries later. Conservator uses laser to clean wall. Digital camera documents wall. Internet shares wall with global audience. Ancient painting, meant for single households' enjoyment, becomes internationally appreciated cultural treasure. The frescoes endure because people across generations recognized their value and invested effort in their preservation. From Fiorelli's plaster casts to Piaggio's scroll unrolling machine to modern laser conservation, each generation contributed what they could with available technology. Our generation's contribution includes laser cleaning, 3D scanning, and environmental monitoring. Future generations will add techniques we can't yet imagine. The preservation chain continues, each link connecting past to future. Laser conservation of Pompeii's frescoes represents that chain's current link, applying 21st century physics to rescue 1st century artistry. The precision of the laser, controlled by human hands guided by scientific knowledge and artistic sensitivity, removes contamination molecule by molecule, revealing colours that last saw sunlight when emperors ruled Rome. It's painstaking, expensive, time-consuming work that most people will never see happen. But when you stand before the Villa of the Mysteries frescoes, either physically in Italy or through high-resolution digital images, you see the results. Those vibrant reds, those subtle flesh tones, those expressive faces emerging from darkness. The ancient artist's skill, preserved through catastrophe and revealed through conservation, speaks across the ages about human creativity and aesthetic ambition. Not bad for pointing lights at walls, really. And somewhere, those ancient Roman painters probably never imagined lasers would save their work. But we're glad they did the work worth saving. So we've travelled through time together, walking the ancient streets of Pompeii, witnessing its final hours, marvelling at the technology bringing its secrets into focus. We've examined plaster casts of the dead, virtually unrolled carbonized scrolls, cleaned 2,000-year-old frescoes with lasers, and even dug through ancient toilet contents, all in the name of understanding a civilization frozen at its moment of destruction. But before we wrap up our nocturnal journey through this remarkable archaeological treasure, we need to address something that often gets overlooked in discussions about Pompeii. The story isn't over. Vesuvius is still there, still active, and still very much capable of doing what it did in 79 AD. Except now, instead of 11,000 people in its shadow, there are over 3 million. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, or more accurately, the volcano in the bay. Mount Vesuvius hasn't erupted with major destructive force since 1944, when Allied troops stationed nearby watched lava flows destroy several villages while they were busy fighting World War II. That eruption was significant but not catastrophic on a 79 AD scale. Since then, the volcano has been quiet, eerily quiet, and volcanologists will tell you that a quiet Vesuvius is actually more concerning than an active one, because silence means pressure is building, means the volcano is charging for its next performance. The area around Vesuvius today is one of the most densely populated volcanic regions on Earth. The municipality of Naples, with its metropolitan sprawl, puts approximately 3 million people within the volcano's potential danger zone. Even the most immediately threatened area, what scientists call the red zone, where pyroclastic flows from a major eruption would reach, contains over 600,000 residents. 600,000 people living on ground that could, with relatively little warning, become the next Pompeii. It's the kind of statistic that makes city planners lose sleep, and with good reason. Why do people live there? The same reasons people have always lived near volcanoes: fertile soil, beautiful scenery, established communities, economic opportunities, and a fundamentally human tendency to believe that disasters happen to other people, in other places, at other times. Volcanic regions are paradoxically both dangerous and desirable. The same geological forces that create deadly eruptions also create incredibly productive agricultural land. Those volcanic slopes grow excellent grapes, abundant produce, and support thriving communities. People have memories that span decades, maybe a lifetime. Volcanoes have memories spanning millennia. The mismatch in timescales creates a dangerous complacency. Modern Italy has not ignored the threat, however. Vesuvius is among the most intensively monitored volcanoes on the planet, observed by an array of scientific instruments that would have seemed like pure magic to those ancient Pompeians. The Osservatorio Vesuviano, literally the Vesuvian Observatory, was established in 1841, making it the oldest volcanological observatory in the world. Originally built on Vesuvius's slopes themselves, which seems rather brave in retrospect, it has since relocated to safer ground while maintaining comprehensive monitoring systems on the mountain. The monitoring network includes seismometers stationed throughout the volcanic complex, measuring earth tremors with extraordinary sensitivity. These instruments detect micro-earthquakes, movements so small humans can't feel them, but which indicate magma movement underground. An increase in seismic activity often precedes volcanic eruptions, as magma forces its way toward the surface, breaking rock and creating tremors. The seismometers run continuously, 24 hours daily, transmitting data to monitoring stations where scientists watch for patterns suggesting increased volcanic activity. Ground deformation monitoring adds another layer of surveillance. As magma accumulates beneath a volcano, it physically pushes the ground upward, causing measurable inflation of the volcanic edifice. Scientists use GPS systems, satellite interferometry, and tilt meters to detect even millimeter-scale changes in ground surface. A volcano breathing upward, accumulating magma in its chamber, shows characteristic inflation patterns that experienced volcanologists recognize as warning signs. Vesuvius currently shows no significant inflation, which is somewhat reassuring, but monitoring continues vigilantly. Gas emissions provide additional information. Active volcanoes release gases, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and others, that escape through surface vents. Changes in gas composition or emission rates can indicate magma movement or changes in the volcano's plumbing system. Sensors stationed around Vesuvius continuously sample atmospheric gases, analyzing for volcanic components. Currently, gas emissions remain at background levels, consistent with a dormant rather than actively charging volcano. Satellite technology expands monitoring capabilities dramatically. Thermal imaging from space can detect temperature changes on volcanic surfaces. Radar measurements track ground deformation over large areas with remarkable precision. Atmospheric monitoring identifies volcanic gas plumes. These satellite systems provide continuous observation that supplements ground-based instruments, creating a comprehensive surveillance network watching Vesuvius from multiple angles and perspectives. All this data feeds into sophisticated computer models that simulate potential eruption scenarios. Scientists have developed multiple models predicting how different eruption types would affect surrounding areas. A Plinian eruption, similar to the 79 AD event, would send ash columns kilometers into the atmosphere, potentially dropping pumice and ash across wide regions depending on wind patterns. Pyroclastic flows would race down the volcano's slopes, following topography into populated valleys. The models show estimated arrival times for these flows, predicted impact zones, and expected casualty rates under various conditions. The models paint sobering pictures. A major Plinian eruption with pyroclastic flows could potentially kill tens of thousands of people if evacuation isn't successful. Even a smaller eruption would threaten villages on the volcano's slopes and potentially disrupt air travel across Europe as ash clouds spread. The economic damage would be enormous. Not just immediate destruction, but prolonged impacts on tourism, agriculture, infrastructure, and regional economy. These aren't abstract concerns, they're realistic scenarios that emergency planners must account for. The Italian government has developed comprehensive evacuation plans for the Vesuvius area, recognizing that preventing eruptions isn't possible, but minimizing casualties is achievable through preparation. The current plan, regularly updated based on new scientific understanding and demographic changes, assumes providing approximately 72 hours warning for a major eruption, 3 days to move 600,000 people out of immediate danger zones. That's an enormous logistical challenge, essentially depopulating a small country in 3 days. The plan divides the danger zone into sectors, each assigned to specific evacuation routes and destination areas. People living in the red zone would relocate to designated safe regions elsewhere in Italy. Temporary housing arranged, transportation coordinated, basic services provided. It's essentially a massive organised migration, practiced through periodic evacuation drills where residents rehearse leaving their homes and following designated routes. These drills reveal problems, test assumptions, and improve subsequent planning iterations. The challenges are considerable. 3 days sounds like reasonable warning time, but consider the realities. 600,000 people need to decide they're actually leaving. Many will hesitate, wanting more certainty before abandoning homes and businesses. They need to gather essential belongings, secure properties, coordinate with family members. They need to travel along roads that, even under normal conditions, experience significant traffic congestion. A mass evacuation would create gridlock that makes normal rush hour seem effortless. Emergency services would struggle to maintain order while simultaneously evacuating themselves. Personal automobiles present particular problems. Everyone trying to drive out simultaneously guarantees traffic jams. The evacuation plan emphasizes public transportation, trains, buses, organized convoys, but personal vehicles will inevitably clog routes. Some modeling suggests that an uncoordinated evacuation could actually increase casualties if people become trapped in vehicles while pyroclastic flows approach. The worst scenario involves people stuck in traffic watching death approach, unable to escape. Public compliance is another uncertainty. Not everyone will want to leave. Some people will distrust government warnings, especially if initial alerts don't immediately precede visible volcanic activity. Others will refuse to abandon property, believing they can protect it by staying. Some will physically or economically cannot leave, elderly, disabled, or impoverished individuals lacking resources for relocation. Historical evacuations demonstrate that complete compliance rarely occurs. Authorities must plan for significant non-compliance while trying to maximize voluntary departure. False alarms complicate matters further. If scientists issue evacuation orders and no eruption materializes, public trust erodes. People displaced, businesses disrupted, economy damaged, all for nothing. Yet volcanic prediction remains imperfect. Scientists can recognize warning signs but can't guarantee eruptions will follow those signs. The alternative, waiting until absolutely certain, might not provide adequate warning time. This tension between early warning and prediction accuracy creates impossible choices for decision makers. The monitoring system did trigger significant concern in the 1980s when nearby Campi Flegrei, a volcanic area west of Naples, less famous than Vesuvius but potentially more dangerous, experienced ground uplift suggesting possible eruption. Thousands of residents were evacuated from the Pozzuoli area as scientists watched nervously. The uplift subsided without eruption, and people returned home. But the experience demonstrated both the functioning of warning systems and the disruption evacuations cause. Vesuvius itself periodically causes alarm when monitoring parameters change unexpectedly. Small earthquake swarms occur occasionally, prompting increased scientific attention and sometimes public concern. These events usually prove harmless, normal volcanic settling rather than eruption precursors, but each requires evaluation. Scientists balance responsible communication, informing the public about monitoring results, with avoiding unnecessary panic, not overstating risks when uncertainty remains high. It's a delicate balance that doesn't always succeed. International volcanology focuses significant attention on Vesuvius precisely because of the human stakes involved. Research teams from worldwide institutions study the volcano, adding perspectives and expertise. Comparative studies examine similar volcanoes elsewhere. Pinatubo in the Philippines, Mount St. Helens in Washington for insights applicable to Vesuvius scenarios. Knowledge sharing improves overall understanding, though each volcano has unique characteristics requiring specific analysis. The volcano's recent history provides some comfort, though perhaps false comfort. Vesuvius has erupted numerous times since 79 AD, documented events in 203, 472, 512, 787, 968, 991, 999, 1006, 1037, 1049, 1073, and many subsequent years. The 1944 eruption was significant but not Plinian scale. The current dormant period, while long by human standards, is unremarkable by geological standards. Volcanoes operate on timescales indifferent to human concerns. Some scientists actually worry about the long dormancy period. Longer rest periods often correlate with larger subsequent eruptions, as more time allows more pressure accumulation. An eruption following decades of dormancy might prove more violent than one releasing pressure regularly. Vesuvius's extended quiet spell doesn't necessarily mean reduced danger. It might mean increased danger whenever eruption finally occurs. Not exactly reassuring bedtime reading. The archaeological site of Pompeii faces its own Vesuvian vulnerability. That ancient city preserved by one eruption could be damaged or destroyed by another. The 3D scanning projects we discussed earlier partially address this concern, creating digital backups that survive regardless of physical site conditions. But losing the actual city, with its tangible stones and authentic spaces, would be tragic nonetheless. Virtual replicas preserve information. They don't replace the emotional and educational impact of standing where ancient people stood. Ongoing landslide threats add additional concerns beyond eruption risks. The volcanic slopes contain unconsolidated material that, during heavy rainfall, can mobilize into destructive lahars, volcanic mud flows that travel rapidly down valleys, destroying everything in their path. Pompeii's excavated areas could potentially flood with volcanic debris from slope failures unrelated to eruption activity. Climate change, bringing more intense rain events, potentially increases this landslide risk. Conservation challenges we've discussed throughout our journey, deteriorating frescoes, crumbling structures, environmental damage, continue regardless of eruption threats. Each year, Pompeii requires substantial investment in maintenance and preservation, just to maintain current conditions. Funding competes with other priorities, and economic fluctuations affect conservation budgets. The site's managers balance immediate preservation needs against long-term sustainability, doing their best with available resources while recognizing that more is always needed. Tourism itself creates preservation challenges. Millions of visitors annually mean millions of opportunities for accidental damage. Touching forbidden surfaces, walking on fragile floors, breathing humid air that affects painted surfaces. Visitor management requires restricting access to sensitive areas, which disappoints tourists expecting unrestricted exploration. The balance between public access and preservation doesn't have perfect solutions, only compromises attempting to serve both goals imperfectly. Through all these challenges, volcanic threats, conservation struggles, funding pressures, Pompeii endures as perhaps the most important archaeological site for understanding ancient Western civilization. No other location provides comparable completeness. Other Roman sites preserve temples or forums. Pompeii preserves an entire city with homes, shops, streets, and intimate daily life details. Other catastrophic events destroyed ancient cities. Few preserved them so completely for future discovery. The combination of factors making Pompeii unique, volcanic preservation, extensive excavation, ongoing research, creates unparalleled historical access. What have we learned from this ancient city frozen in catastrophe? We've learned that Roman society was complex, stratified, and remarkably similar to our own in daily concerns. We've learned that ancient people navigated traffic congestion, worried about money, enjoyed entertainment, formed communities, and handled biological necessities just as we do. We've learned that technological innovation, Roman engineering, solved practical problems with ingenuity that still impresses. We've learned that disaster can strike anywhere, any time, regardless of human preparedness or expectation. We've also learned about ourselves, our technological capabilities, our historical curiosity, our desire to connect with ancestors across temporal distance. The technologies we've discussed, CT scanning, laser conservation, 3D modeling, synchrotron imaging, demonstrate 21st century science applied to 1st century questions. Our investment in understanding Pompeii reflects something fundamental about human nature. We care about our past, we value understanding our origins, we feel connected to people separated from us by millennia. The ethical dimensions deserve final consideration. Those Pompeii residents didn't choose to become museum exhibits. They died in terror, their final moments preserved for global examination. When we study their bodies, reconstruct their faces, analyze their waste, are we respecting them or exploiting them? These questions don't have easy answers. Current approaches attempt respectful study, treating remains as human individuals rather than mere specimens. But the line between scientific inquiry and inappropriate voyeurism isn't always clear. Perhaps the best way to honour those ancient Pompeians is ensuring their story matters, that their preservation serves educational purposes, advancing human knowledge and fostering historical understanding. They become teachers across time, showing us ancient life in unprecedented detail. Their tragedy becomes meaningful if it helps us understand history better, appreciate our shared humanity more deeply, and perhaps prepare more wisely for our own volcanic risks. For residents of modern Naples and surrounding areas, Pompeii serves as constant reminder. There but for geological timing go they. The volcano that destroyed that ancient city remains active, waiting, charging. Those modern residents live their lives in its shadow, probably not thinking about it daily. How could you function otherwise? But aware on some level that their beautiful bay conceals genuine danger. They trust their monitoring systems, their evacuation plans, their scientific understanding. They hope that when warning comes, if warning comes, they'll have sufficient time. The rest of us, those living safely distant from major volcanic threats, find in Pompeii compelling narrative, disaster and preservation, death and discovery, ancient mysteries and modern technology. It's history that feels accessible, relatable, and eternally fascinating. We return to it repeatedly, finding new perspectives, noticing previously overlooked details, connecting with an ancient world through the lens of their catastrophe. As our nighttime journey through Pompeii concludes, we leave the ancient city as we found it, frozen in time, slowly revealing its secrets to those patient enough to look carefully. The technology advances, the research continues, the conservation efforts proceed. Each year brings new discoveries, new understanding, new appreciation for what this remarkable site offers. Vesuvius watches over it all, silent for now but not forever. Somewhere beneath that famous silhouette, geological forces continue their ancient work. Magma moves through deep channels, pressure builds in chambers, and the volcano waits for its moment. Not if it erupts again, but when. The scientists monitor, the authorities plan, the residents hope. Meanwhile, Pompeii stands as testament to what was lost and what was preserved. The city that died in a single afternoon and achieved immortality through its destruction. The people who went to bed one night believing in endless tomorrows and woke to apocalypse. The frescoes that decorated ordinary walls and became priceless art. The everyday objects that became historical treasure.